Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Unite Battle Hub October Elite Tour. And I believe this is the first Elite Tour back after some time. We did have some qualifiers earlier this month, but lovely to be back in the North American scene. Drake-san, Wonder Chef with a new name, Wonder Chef Cooks, on the mic with me today. How's it going, Chef?
It's good. I have been cooking a lot. I made fresh tomato soup the other day with cheese toast. It was amazing. I made fried rice last night with kimchi. It was all very, very good. So Wonder Chef Cooks. It's a little bit accurate. And now I'm hungry because I'm talking about food.
Hey, it is soup season. It's coming up.
Yeah,
I do follow the soup Instagram on Instagram. On soup Instagram on Instagram. But there's this tom yum soup that I've been really wanting to make, and now that it's getting a little cooler, been really wanting to get that. But we're right into game, Chef, really quickly.
Yeah, production's like, stop talking about soup. There's games to play. No, I'm very, very excited. Like you said, this is our second North American qualifier. Of course, we got War Legion Esports on the left here, and then on the right side we've got Guminosity Laming, which has been one of my favorite team names in the entire world, to be honest. Recently, I think it's genius.
Yeah, Armarouge, Pikachu, Miraidon, lots of attackers up in our band slots. We normally see that being populated by all-rounders, so I'm actually kind of surprised to see these ones. This might see some more interesting attackers come around. It looks like for Guminosity Laming, they're going to be banning out that Ho-Oh, another pretty conservative ban in my opinion.
Yeah, two former EXs banned out on that side. Yeah. I seriously laugh every time I hear Guminosity Laming. It's ridiculous. It's been a while now, and I still laugh. But yes, a lot of kind of pretty current bans, I would say, altogether. I think some of these Pokemon, of course, we just got a decent sized patch, Freezing Rush patch. A lot of them, I think people were hoping were getting nerfed. I know Pikachu's been really on the chopping block recently, or people have been hoping that it is, but it has not been chopped at all. I'm on the other side, especially once Ho-Oh's gone, you want to pick up a really good defender.
Yeah, and with that Freezing Waves balance patch, we had some buffs to an Ice-type Pokemon, actually some nerfs to an Ice-type Pokemon, Mamoswine specifically, but Alola Ninetales still hovering over. They have not locked that in just yet, but as the time expires, Alola Ninetales, some would say, it was the biggest winner of that patch. Cooldowns for both Blizzard and Avalanche, a 50 or 150% increase on on its passive ability, so it's getting that every 4 seconds, that Snow Warning. So interested to see how Alola Ninetales is performing. I think overall it does really well in a very bulky and frontline to close to mid-range composition of teams, and I feel like Alola Ninetales sees a lot of that in the current metagame.
Yeah, on the other side, we're going to get some pretty classic picks that have been pretty meta, basically for the past, I don't know, even before Worlds. So nothing too unusual on the side of War Legion. I'd say it's relatively meta, but another Pokemon maybe getting picked up that got a lot of buffs in the most recent patch. On the other side for Guminosity Laming, if they do lock in that Snorlax, there have been a few different directions of buffs to Snorlax. I do expect that we're probably going to end up seeing just like kind of the normal build, but Flailalax did get a pretty good buff too. I don't know. Yeah, you never know really.
I mean, it does have that rapid fire scarf, so we might be pumping out some auto attacks with that flail. You get a boost in speed, and not only that, they have an X speed, so even if it is a defender and kind of a big defender, it is going to be schmoving.
That is true. I really like the concept of Snorlax just going and just like rapid fire punching you. Oh, okay. We're starting to get some really strong damage on the other side. I mean, Gardevoir going to be the only ranged option that War Legion picks altogether. And then on the other side, we really do not have a ton of range, kind of depending on what we end up seeing as the build on that Venusaur. But it does look like if they hold on to those items, I'm guessing Venusaur.
Yeah, I think one thing to pay attention to is the tempo of this game. War Legion Esports, purple side team again, once again, pretty poor early game across the 5 Pokemon on their team. I would say even Blissey might be the best early game Pokemon, but the rest of them are really going to struggle to get to that level 4, level 5, especially when you have a Snorlax in front of you and that Alola Ninetales that skills at level 4, getting one of their primary damaging abilities. So expect Guminosity Laming, really strong early game, but once this game starts to progress, War Legion might have a better mid to late game. But of course, they got to get there first, Chef.
They do. I'm curious now that we're seeing it's basically locked in that it's going to be the rapid fire scarf on the Snorlax. You know, I was thinking maybe they would switch it around or switch players, but we may be seeing the Flailalax. You are 100,000% correct on that. But I'm interested to see exactly how they're going to split up the paths on the Guminosity Laming side, because there's actually a few different options with how they can kind of decide where they're trying to prioritize the EXP. They've got the Venusaur, who's going to need a lot of EXP. They've got the Urshifu, who's obviously going to be super duper weak early on, so you need to get at least that boost, most likely in the center. But there's a few different really fun things they can do, and yeah, wherever Alola Ninetales is going to be, it is going to be very hard to fight it in that early path.
We didn't comment on this just yet, but I did want to bring up one of the items that this Urshifu has. It has an EXP share. As you can see right here, that life bulb above its head. So it is going to be a supporter class Pokemon. We know that Kubfu really struggles in the early game from level 1 through 5, and probably one of the worst early game Pokemon, and it's going to take a little longer to get there.
Okay, so I didn't even look at the items on Urshifu because I was like, yeah, it's going to be the usual, but that is one of the weirdest picks I've seen. Obviously, the EXP share DPS has been a little bit more popular recently, but I've never seen it on a Kubfu.
Oh, I mean, we can try to theory craft for this one, but I mean, it's going to struggle in that early game. And Snorlax actually getting KO'd here in this early game, considering I think it does have a better early game presence relative to Torchic, who's going to be the other top lane carry on the side of War Legion Esports. So, really good start here for War Legion in that top path, at least.
Yeah, surprisingly good. But on the bottom side, there's double threat of KOs already very early on. That EV needs to evolve. The Kubfu needs to evolve, which is obviously going to take a little bit longer than usual because of that EXP share. But like you were saying, up top, I think it's a great win for War Legion. The Hoopa Snorlax early path is terrifying. That is such a strong early path. So to get an early KO and be able to secure a lot of those last hits, gigantic. Now, the evolution's not there for either side, but the majority of the XP going to Gumanasi Laming on that bottom side. We can see level 4 Kubfu. So it should evolve pretty soon before the routes or the EV, potentially.
Yeah, once again, War Legion should really struggle in this early game, but I feel like they've definitely weathered the storm. I think in this bottom path to be expected, although the Ninetales better early game secure, just better early game presence with those freezes though. Chunti is going to try to apply some pressure to make some room for this Gardevoir to get that evolution from a Ralts to a Kirlia. Got level 5 on the Kirlia. They're going to help to see if they can help the Ceruledge get back here, but that was the passive ability that got the KO there.
Oh no, so low, so incredibly low on both sides. But yeah, now there's a Kirlia evolved. That is going to be something that you cannot really challenge with low HP. That level 5 is such a huge power spike, but still not an Urshifu, which is huge. The Umbreon and the Kirlia both evolving before the Urshifu, which is not a big surprise considering it is the XP share. And I still don't even really know how to cast this. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think they were trying to give the EXP to the Kubfu, but they were standing too close, and so the EXP share registered that there was another player around that didn't have an EXP share, so we still have a cute little Kubfu in the bottom path.
You know, on the bright side, though, we do have a Venusaur already, which is pretty good. We haven't had a chance to see too much action from that Venusaur as we're starting to wait for the first Reggies to spawn. And they're still bullying up top over here. This is where War Legion's been doing the best, I think. They're doing a pretty good amount of damage to that goal zone. They've got, I think, a good amount of stacks, and you can just see the level difference here. And while we are brawling a little bit with this Snorlax, it is not enough. They're just continuing to push them off, getting more points in. The Hoopa probably will survive. Ooh, great steal, and they're not going to survive. That berry was taken away.
Yeah, they did prevent the Blaziken from scoring, but didn't stop it from scoring that second time. They're going to cap in a full 30 points and continue to build up that attack way in the bottom path. A 3v3, a Blissey and Umbreon standing in front of that Kirlia, still waiting to get to that level 8. If they're able to get that indeed, they might be able to get to that level 8, but of course that Solar Beam Venusaur very difficult to secure against. And Hoopa does not have that tier 1 goals on the top path to maybe port someone up there to defend against that Reggie Alecki. There they go. They're going to start heading up there as well. They're able to take that Reggie Ice off of the field, but now War Legion Esports has an interesting decision to make. Push into this tier 2, which doesn't even matter. It goes in anyway, Chef, and the rest of the team can now continue to apply pressure on that bottom path.
Right, this is, I mean, they're not going to have anybody try to take advantage of that, but we are going to get at least one KO off the bat, and a huge Unite coming out from that Ceruledge. Everybody on the side of Gumanasi Laming extremely low, but none of them going down. They actually managed to get that reverse KO on the Ceruledge that ulted into them, not really giving them a chance to get any follow-up. I think the team was a little bit too far away, but Umbreon going to pop the Unite as well, not stealing all too many shields altogether. The Snorlax just standing out there being a little bit annoying. We are going to see the block with the slight buffs to that as well, but this Alolan Ninetales has been getting so many KOs, so much damage throughout this entire game so far, and they're pushing this all the way back.
Yeah, I mean, that Snorlax is applying so much pressure in the front line. Flail Lax is always something to worry about, especially with that block as well. Continues to displace the enemy team, and it's hard to get to the Alolan Ninetales when there's quite literally a huge wall in front of you. And this Blaziken going on a tear, scoring on that tier 2 in the top path, and then coming down to the bottom path to continue its impact on the battlefield.
And that is going to be both tier 1 gold zones gone, though, for Gumanasi Laming. They are down by almost 200 points, and we're only at the 5-minute mark, so the aggression's been working out really well for War Legion Esports. But altogether, I would say Gumanasi Laming has certainly held themselves in the game. They're not that far behind as far as levels. They've been doing really well in their coordinated team fights. They're going to get another KO right there on the Umbreon, but they just haven't been able to like coordinate one big push to take down these tier 1s, which has been why I think they're just behind in a few different ways. I would say probably most ways.
Yeah, I do want to reference one thing that we were talking about before the game started was the tempo of the game, right? War Legion Esports typically should have a poor early game, and well, we're halfway through the game now, and they're dominating this early game. So during a time when they should have been struggling, they really excelled. Another Revenant Ren finds itself onto 3 characters. Unfortunately, they are by themselves. They do take out the level 9 tails, but a level 10 for a level 12 Saralege, I think that's definitely in favor of Gumanasi Lane.
The Saralege has gone maybe a little bit too deep, but once again, we're just seeing Snorlax push so far forward, and it's so hard to KO when that wall is up right now. So much damage going into it, and so they're able to take down the Umbreon in return. The Beam just being able to support from the back as well, hunting down the Gardevoir. The huge amount of damage is gone from this team. Only the Blissey and the Saralege left, not going to be able to defend this gold zone. And so, like, I guess opposite of what I was saying, they do finally find an opportunity to get one of those coordinated pushes. And I got to say, once again, the Gumanasi Laming team fights have been excellent. They have been flawless.
Yeah, finally showing some life here. Going to the last quarter of the game that Regieleki is going to walk to the tier 2. Gumanasi Layman is going to rotate down to this tier 1 where they can apply some pressure onto that tier 1 goal zone or decide to pivot even further to wherever Southern Reggie is down there. Again, they are somewhat behind in levels, 1 level 12 on that Alola Ninetales versus 2 level 12s on the side of War Legion Esports, but still a very close game. The scoreline might reflect a more than 100-point lead by War Legion, but they're still looking pretty good.
They could easily make this comeback. Like I said, especially the fact that they've won the majority of the full coordinated team fights. The biggest thing that I think they have to be careful of is that both of these teams have an opportunity. Hey, you can see Rayquaza flying in the background. That's pretty rare. But it's cool. I love to see it. It's like, I'm on the way. I'm coming. I'm showing up soon. But yeah, both of these teams have really good secure. Whether it be, the Gardevoir or obviously Blaziken or their Shifu or most importantly, Egg Bomb, the best secure in the entire game, as is mathematically correct. But basically, if this goes down to a flip, this is going to be a ridiculous flip.
Yeah, it quite literally would be a coin flip. There's 2 really good secures on Luminosity or Gumanasi Laming, 2 really good secures on the side of War Legion Esports. I think a character to watch here in this end game is going to be that Saralege. It's landed a couple of really strong Revenant Rens, that Unite move. Of course, you love the damage, but I think more importantly, you also have that stun that's applied to it. I don't know how many full heals, if any, is on the side of Gumanasi Laming. So if they're able to land that Unite move on at least 1 or 2 targets, they're going to be stunned for at least a half a second to a second, where the rest of the team can continue to capitalize on damage.
Well, look at this positioning. That Saralege is sitting in the back with the Blaziken. They're getting ready for a huge there we go. There's the Unite right off the bat, and I just jump on them completely. 3 members down immediately from Gumanasi Laming, and Pyroking has to run away. Venusaur Beam is their only chance of even getting that steal, but they've got to get in. They've got potentially the Unite here for the Hoopa. The Hoopa can steal this for sure. A big stun and a beam could maybe do it, but it's going to be the Blaziken getting the secure. A good attempt to try and steal it back, but War Legion Esports, what a flank and what an initiation.
Yeah, I think we just outlined the exact story that happened before it even happened. A huge Revenant Ren finds its way onto the Alola Ninetales. A number of characters in that pileup going down, evaporated almost immediately. And then Hoopa, very valiant effort to bring the Venusaur into optimal position, but I think the Venusaur missed the Rayquaza. We need to go back to the replays there, but I think they missed high, if I'm not mistaken. Nonetheless, War Legion Esports able to pull that one away. It's a pretty significant lead. I think this is definitely just go back to the drawing board type of situation now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt to try and steal it back. I think the Hoopa Unite was perfectly timed to try and bring in their 1 remaining member that could get that steal. But yeah, I agree. It might have been a little bit high. That might have been a thing where it just looked high because Rayquaza is like really tall, and so it was just weird. But regardless, you called it out perfectly. Before it all happened, you were 1000% on point. You were like, whoa, if that Saralege hits the Revenant Rend on like a few people, this could be really good. And that's not how your voice sounds. But you did call that out exactly. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, that was a beautiful flank too. We've seen the Saralege go really deep. I don't know, 3 different fights, I think, even before that. But Trinity on that Saralege finally found the perfect moment. That there was the huge follow-up. They had so much extra too. They didn't even need it. Beautiful final team fight by War Legion Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I would say War Legion Esports has 2 of the best all-rounders in the game right now. I think it's some people would argue maybe against Blaziken in lieu of some other the other all-rounders in the game right now, but I think Cyberledge is coming out to be one of the best all-rounders of the game just because of its burst damage, and it can crowd control like we were talking about before, but it has really good life steal, sustain. It has everything an all-rounder needs, but it also has some of those qualities of a speedster to do massive amounts of damage in such quick succession.
Yeah, I have to admit this. I constantly forget what some Pokemon are as far as the actual role, and I always to myself forget that Sarah is actually an all-rounder, because it really is in its own way like almost like a speedster attacker. Like you don't really think of it as much of like it stays in and it brawls and it stays alive for a long time. It's like it goes in and it gets those quick assassinations, and that is the style I think that we see from it. But I mean, obviously all-rounders can kind of do anything. Tanks can do anything. They're the defenders, I should say. You can kind of do whatever you want in this game if you're creative enough. And while yes, I agree that Blaziken is probably maybe like the most solid, just being able to help with secures, being able to kind of be good the entire game and help with team fights. Everything about Blaziken is great. Ceruledge it's one of those Pokemon that really can run away with things, and that's certainly what we saw this game.
Yeah, there are a number of Pokemon, especially in that all-rounder defender category that you were talking about, that are, I would say, categorically fluid. I would say. I mean, I think we can define it that way. But I know, Ceruledge again has those qualities to be an all-rounder and a speedster. I know when it was dropped, a lot of players were complaining that it was actually mediocre in both. It didn't have the crowd control to be like an all-rounder. It didn't have enough damage to be like a speedster, and it kind of struggled in both of those categories. But now that it's been tuned up, and I think most recently it's been tuned down maybe 2 or 3 patches ago, it's in a really nice sweet spot right now that I really like for this character to be.
Yeah, it's a really cool Pokemon. I mean, both as far as like play style, and then of course I just think it's like a very, very cool Pokemon visually that everybody really likes. Hopefully we get to see Armarouge maybe in a little bit more of like a bounce situation, because I've been a really big fan of playing Armarouge. I think it's really fun to have multiple builds that work in like pretty different ways, but unfortunately it's quite good right now, and so we will see it immediately banned off the bat alongside a Pokemon that I've actually admitted I don't really know I don't really know what it does, but looks like we might get the same bans actually this time around.
Yeah, Ho-Oh was the second ban for Gumanossi Laming. Another defender this time. It's going to be that Umbreon, so maybe deciding that the Umbreon on the other side was just too impactful. That does mean Ho-Oh can be selected, and it looks like that might be the first pick option for War Legion, hovering over that Ho-Oh. It is going to be that first pick option. If this is going to be the pilot or the trainer of this character, it is looking to be an attack damage carry Ho-Oh with that attack weight. And nope, going to be changing up some of those items, but still a really strong supporting class character. Definitely not very much like a defender in the sense that it can engage very well, but it does stay on the battlefield and can be a huge nuisance with the right abilities.
Yeah, and its mobility is ridiculous. It's a really fun Pokemon. I actually do quite enjoy Ho-Oh, and I mean, it's strong, but it's I don't feel like it's been in a spot where it's been like auto banned every single game. On the other side, we're going to see Little Ninetales again that was so successful. I'm surprised that the Ceruledge is going back through, and I'm also really excited for this because I've heard that Blastoise is a menace right now after the most recent patch, but I haven't had a chance to see as much competitive Blastoise. But with those buffs, I could believe it. I mean, Blastoise is always in that mid-range at worst. A lot of the time it's high in the meta, and maybe it's back in.
Yeah, another couple of characters that are, again, that term categorically fluid. Blastoise, they can flex to that all-rounder top position where typically all-rounders like to play. You can see with those stacking specs, those special attack specs, it can boost the damage output of this Blastoise, so can expect to be maybe a rapid spin Blastoise with that water spout to dish out tons of damage. And when there's a lot of crowd control on the other team, I mean, of course there is that Buzzwole on the other side. I feel like that's the staple counter to Rapid Spin Blastoise. You grab the Blastoise out of Rapid Spin with superpower, so really like that adaptation on the side of Gumanossi Laming.
Yeah, Buzzwole's been kind of coming back as well. But realistically, I mean, I love the first 2 picks from War Legion Esports because they could have gone either way with both of those quote-unquote defenders and who they want to top path brawl. And there's just a good amount of flexibility in a lot of the picks right now. But, interesting last pick. Pirate King, I feel like, is a good name for a Greninja player. But Greninja, what is this pick?
Yeah, I do know Pirate King to be somewhat of a solo queue demon on Greninja. I've run into them a couple of times. I don't know if they're in the same server as myself, but there are there are stories, there are fables of Pirate King's Greninja, but I mean, Greninja typically does well with a fairly frail composition on the other side. And I mean, if you look at War Legion, they're fairly bulky across the board. Of course, you got the 2 defenders categorically. You have the Ceruledge, who has its own lifesteal. I mean, you can maybe land that Unite move on the Delphox. You can maybe go for a one-shot with that X attack, but it is going to be difficult. I wonder what build it's going to go. It leads me to believe it might be a Water Shuriken because it scales really well with the attack weight, but we'll see.
Yeah, one thing that I will say is pretty interesting as far as the War Legion comp is that while it is not super squishy per se, it doesn't have a lot of the kind of defender crowd control that one might like kind of run into as far as opposition trying to dive. Like, yeah, you can spin with Blastoise. We could see the Blastoise end up going like a Surf just for a little bit more control, but like you mentioned earlier, Ho-Oh doesn't really have too much control, like slightly slows you sometimes with the burns, but it's not something that you have to like worry about too much as far as like counter dive. And so realistically, looking at their entire team, if like maybe a Fire Spin from the Delphox could be the worst thing to deal with, but they might have a little bit of free reign to at least just continue moving around and being hard to hit.
War Legion Esports on our purple side, Gumidasi Laming on our orange side. We didn't have much time to speak about it, but today's event is a single elimination tournament. So Gumidasi Laming back against the wall right away. Always high drama in these single elimination type events. Buzzwole is going to be able to score once off the top. The Hoopa has a red buff, so got to be very careful. They're going to respawn with their own eject button, and they're going to get the KO on the Buzzwole. So really good start here for War Legion once again. Gumidasi Laming should have a better early game, but are really struggling to punch that one in, quite literally.
And this is an interesting path down here. The Phantom Ninetales is going to be very strong for sure. But on the other side, I don't know if I've ever seen Ho-Oh and currently Braixen together, so I'm excited to see how that goes. But we are going to see the assistants go up top currently for Gumidasi Laming, as we're already one evolution in. We got the level 5 already for the center area Pokemon. And it does look like a little Ninetales is actually going to be going up top as well to try to change the pace here.
Yeah, they are a little bit late. They do get a very high value KO on Chunti. The Ceruledge does go down. They are going to escape through that Hoopa hyperspace hole, but not going to be there in time to stop the amount of scoring going in on that tier 1. We already have a level 7 Greninja evolving from that level 6 to level 7 before even heading back into their central area. So looking pretty good here for Gumidasi Laming.
Yeah, I think it was barely a Frogadier at all. Okay, we are finally going to see the Phantom evolve into the Trevenant. Fire, super effective against the tree, not just in Pokemon, but also in real life, and that was a little bit scary, but did manage to get out of there just barely in time. Without that evolution, certainly that would have been a KO, so got to feel pretty good about that. Was able to also get some scoring in, maybe some stacks. I didn't see what the items were while that big fight was happening up top.
Fire Spin landing on the pile up here is going to put the Buzzwole in a spin. Not going to matter. The Greninja is going to be going that Surf Greninja. So really trying to lean into getting those resets, getting those KOs on enemy Pokemon. But once again, as the teams start to scale and as they build up those defenses and special defenses, it's going to be hard. But as soon as I say that, but Buzzwole is going to put that Ho-Oh in a blender before they head back over to the right side of the field. And again, Gumidasi Laming looking pretty good here. They really need to get this Greninja at a higher level, and I think they are already doing so. Level 9 already before these center 720 birds, and looking pretty good, Chef.
Can I say, well, actually, hold on. Let's actually take a look, because there's a fight about to happen. That's a little bit of revenge there, taking care of that Buzzwole. And we are going to see the Fire Spin on the Delphox. I think it's a great pick. It's going to control a lot of the really important members and damage, specifically on Gumidasi Laming's side. But as we're about to get to this fight for this Basement Reggie, both the Reggies potentially, I got to say, I hate the Ho-Oh matchup into Buzzwole, because you would just instantly get slammed out of it, and then everybody jumps on you. It's exactly what we saw before. I don't know if people would consider it a hard counter, but it's certainly something you have to be careful for. Right now, though, they're already going to start burning down this Registeel. Nice little burn, great positioning on that, but the dunk's going to happen on Chunti off the bat. Unite coming out very quickly. That Secure actually coming from the Hoopa. So altogether, really big victory for War Legion Esports in this little fight downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, the Ho-Oh was flying in and around with that sky attack around the Buzzwole, and I think the Buzzwole unfortunately hugged the air on that last one, so on a cooldown on one of the more important players to try to KO, especially when you're trying to approach an objective. And here comes the rest of Guminosity Laming, trying to defend their Tier 1 goal zone. I think War Legion Esports is looking to fade away here, but they do get a KO on that Trevenant. It's going to be really good. Oh, take a look at this. Hoopa is going to be taken out of that portal and back to the Pokemon Center by the Buzzwole, so really good exchange there in favor of Guminosity Laming, in my opinion. Level 10 on that Greninja, still level 8 on the Buzzwole, so somewhat struggling in terms of level for that carry.
And it doesn't look like it's going to be Hydro Pump Spin for the side of War Legion Esports. So that's going to be a cool little thing. We haven't seen the Blastoise really in too many of these fights quite yet. So far, it's basically just been Ho flying around the battlefield on this bottom side, and then it's been like 90% of the damage. But Fire comp down here, it's looking pretty good as long as you don't get crowd controlled out of that sky attack. And they do get pushed back with the Horn Leech and an attempt to follow things up. Double for Greninja, or maybe it looks like one of those was stolen away, but regardless, they're doing quite well. The Unite coming out once again from the Serral Edge. I thought it just used it. I must have been wrong. Maybe it got canceled, but War Legion Esports doing a great job of turning that around. Triple KO streak for Chunti once again and taking that Tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, they're going to score even more on this Tier 2 goal zone as it is just now ticking over that 5-minute mark. I think that freeze was just a little too slow. That snow globe not really getting a whole lot of value out of that one. And just like that, War Legion able to come back with a huge win in this bottom path. Going into the halfway point of the game, let's go ahead and take a look at the field state. 222 to 150, 172-point lead by War Legion Esports. Again, in a best of 3. Again, Guminosity Laming got to win this one. They aren't down by too much. I definitely think they are in a better position than they were in game number 1.
Yeah, they're less behind. And honestly, they did a great job in game number 1 of looking like they're going to be a huge threat, but it was just that like huge final flank for the final team fight. So Guminosity Laming have to be ready for that this time. But these comps are very, very different. Look like another attempt to grab that grabbed air. I don't know, maybe it was just the auto. Throws the Blastoise away as we're just trying to see this Buzzwole try and escape, but maybe no chance. It does look like we're going to be going in. Big Hydro Typhoon. Finally, we're going to see Blastoise as part of these fights. 2 KOs for the side of War Legion Esports. It's actually a triple for Delphox. That's huge. And that's 4 members down off the bat. We're only 2 minutes away from the final stretch, and that's going to leave great positioning for this Regieleki.
Yeah, they have plenty of time to take this off of the field. They are going to take it off this top lane very quickly, though. The Blissey going to come in, almost there. It's just a little bit too late, but Buzzwole's going to go into that Unite move. Unfortunately, not going to really find anyone there as those members head back through that Hoopa hyperspace hole. Last junk time to use those Unite moves, and a Revenant Rend find its way onto 2 characters, make that 3 characters once again, and just like that, being evaporated off of this top path. And here comes War Legion. The red carpet is wide open for this Regieleki to come on in, and it's going to crash to break that through. 331 to 150. This lead has ballooned quite significantly now, Chef.
It did. They did get a relatively low overdunk on that Tier 2 goal zone, but it's a Tier 2 goal zone gone, and that alone is going to be pretty scary as far as how opening up their main goal zone for scoring in the final stretch. There won't be another Regieleki or anything like that, so they don't really have to worry about it. There will be one more basement Regi if that ends up being prioritized at all, but a 181-point lead altogether for War Legion Esports, and once you start getting to that 200-ish mark, it starts to become very, very hard to come back from no matter what. An attempt to get just a few points in here, and it looks like we may be paying the ultimate price for those 8 points just to try to get anything, although that may help with like resetting the respawn timer for any fights in the final stretch, and everybody else moving up top.
Yeah, don't like this this choice here by Guminosity Laming. I don't know what the timer was for that built-in full heal for that Trevenant, but going down that bottom path and going down, if they had that when they went to go for that score, they're definitely not going to have that built-in full heal up here. I don't know what's going on here with AJ Dragon. I think they might be just conceding their life here, but that is going to be one member is down for Guminosity Laming, and with a Reggie Rock buff for War Legion, those defenders are even going to be more bulkier. Level 14 and level 12 on that Ho-Oh is going to be very difficult to take those down.
Yeah, in fact, just a level 15, you don't even get a chance to attack it. If it's a Serral Edge, it's just to get to one good Unite on you, and then you're donezo.
Yeah, the Trevenant is running towards that tier 2 on very low HP, as you can see in the right-hand corner of your screen. Just a chase between two defenders right now. Has a little bit more mobility for the Trevenant, but I mean, if they're not there, that means they're not in front of their backline on Gumanasi Laming. Trevenant finally going to go down there off screen. You can see with that notification, and Gumanasi Laming being pushed out of the central area, Chef.
Yeah, I love that War Legion is confident to just defend rather than thinking, okay, we've got the space, let's just burn it down. They don't have the secure that they had last game, and well, the secure's going to decide too. Oh, it's not going to matter maybe if they don't even have players left. That's going to be 2 down, 2 very high damage dealers on the side of Gumanasi Laming, and that, I mean, we have to, of course, be careful of a Surf steal, and that's especially a big reason, I think, why they're not trying to burn down that Rayquaza. They do not want that Greninja to get into that one spot that it can win the game in, and look at that, they're targeting it. The Unite comes out. The Shuriken is not going to really be able to help. They are going to try to burn down this Rayquaza. They're going to try to get the flip with the Hoopa Unite coming out, and that's a double stun. 2 more members going down. Rayquaza down to about, I don't know, 60% life, but nobody is burning it down after that. The few members of Gumanasi Laming that have to go in are going back in. It's the best thing that they can attempt to do. They are going to be able to KO the Hoopa at least, and it's unbound form, but up it goes once again. Ho-Oh says, let's press the, Control Z on that KO, and that should be a secure. They don't even need that Rayquaza. They're getting some points in, but they're winning with only 10 seconds left anyway. 2-0 to War Legion Esports.
Yeah, Ho-Oh said no Pokemon left behind. There was only 1 member down. To revive with that rekindling flame unite move, but really good recognition on the side of War Legion Esports. Again, the only character that can really threaten taking down that Rayquaza was that Greninja. Greninja used all of their resources just to get into the central area. They used their unite move. The Blissey used their unite move just to keep that Greninja alive, and that's the only character that can really threaten the HP of the Rayquaza in quick succession. So really good recognition by War Legion to identify this character, take it out. Hoopa went into that unite move. Those hyperspace fury fists do a really good job at damage, but also crowd control, and then they closed it out really quickly after that.
Yeah, I honestly think that the idea would have made more sense, but the problem, I don't want to say it's a problem per se, it's just the way that the comp played out for Gumanasi Laming in game number 2 was that while they had the potential of kind of trying to flip it and getting that Surf secure, I don't think that they had anything aside from the Greninja itself to try and burn down the actual main life of Rayquaza, right? So it needed to be the Greninja burning it down with autos, and then the Greninja getting the final hits, so it had to be one of the first ones in, so then it was easy to target. That's why it had to use the Unite to get in. There was just, it was too much on the shoulders of Greninja to try and flip that game backwards, in my opinion.
Yeah, I typically like to look at like team composition in pods or in shells, right? That Greninja is very much like an assassin type Pokemon. It doesn't usually hang around the other team very frequently, going around the map, being someone like a speedster. You can expect like that Alola Ninetales, Buzzwole, Trevenant, Blissey to be somewhat of a shell, kind of moving around together, with that Trevenant really holding the team together in that front line, maybe next to the post wall. But as we saw there in that final stretch fight, the Trevenant was nowhere to be found, as being chased by a turtle in the top path. So it really left the rest of the team trying to find like a pivot point or an anchor for their team. And you can see here, the Trevenant nowhere to be found. This is a really easy confirmation for the rest of the team. Really nice engage there by the Blastoise, and the rest of the team just really fell.
Yeah, I think, too, one of the most common kind of initiation strategies that we see with Buzzwole, just kind of taking a look at that more, is the Buzzwole is in front while an assassin is behind, and they kind of get this kind of mix of like, which do you target? And a lot of times, obviously, that's really, really strengthened by having a strong defender alongside you to help like the first initiation, which like, so if we seen like a good Horn Leech in into like a big I don't know, maybe like big Unite or something like that, and then they have to deal with that, and then you kind of get sandwiched by the Greninja and the Buzzwole. That would have been a great way to initiate, but yeah, everybody got a little bit too split up because there was just so much aggression and forward positioning from the side of War Legion, which was great, right? They took their advantage, and their positioning after they managed to kind of take that center area was perfect. So, I mean, definitely a well-earned victory to move forward. I'm glad that we got to see some fun picks, but not going to quite be enough for the side of The best name ever, Guminosity Lane.
War Legion Esports is going to move on in our single elimination bracket today. Unfortunately, Guminosity Laming is going to be paying outs for this one. War Legion is going to be going up against Flaming Hot Dodrios in the next round number 2. But we still got a lot of Pokemon Unite left. Again, this is our number 2 qualifier for North America. Sanguine was our regional qualifier or North American qualifier for the first event. So we are going to be seeing them in the main event, which is going to be on Sunday. But once again, lots of Pokemon Unite still for the Elite Tour North American qualifier number 2. Chef and I will be right back. We might go make some soup really quickly before round number 2. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Elite Tour North American Qualifier number 2 here in October. We're getting close to the end of this month already, and I'm glad that we got the Elite Tour back, but I am one of Chef Cooks, joined by Draku, and this is the show where we talk about soup.
Absolutely, it is getting to the soup season. Talking about earlier, I've been really wanting to make some tom yum. I have some lemongrass in my fridge right now. I was talking to Bacon about that. Not a big fan of lemongrass, I've heard.
Yeah, have you ever tried actually cutting lemongrass that's like not... It's really hard. It's like wood, actually. We've got some games of Unite coming up. Production's yelling at us to stop talking about soup for the second time today. They cannot control us. It's their fault for putting us on the mic together. But we've got a really great match. We've actually had quite a few, I don't know if I would say upsets, but big names going down. We've got some great teams from Mexico in particular in the bracket, taking down some teams such as, I'm just going to take a look because we've got a lot of teams actually today. Buff Night Slash going down to Enigma Esports. We're going to be watching soon. Team YT going down to One Piece, which is pretty big. Of course, YT expected to go quite far with their kind of combined roster for this season, which everybody's looking forward to, but unfortunately won't be seeing them today as we've got a bunch of other monsters in this bracket.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at T3 versus Enigma Esports. Once again, just to reiterate something that Chef said, Enigma Esports did take down Buff Night Slash. Buff Night Slash did pretty well in a most recent grassroots tournament, I believe it was last week, getting runner-up or maybe number 3, so getting really high in a very populated other grassroots events. So Enigma Esports going up against T3. I don't know much about Enigma Esports. I do know that they are from Mexico, but T3 is a pretty stacked roster with who's just put together. Pure from Exile is finding a new home with some God Squad members. Zealot, of course, was on G World qualifying team last year. Anon Anonymous was Zealot's teammate last year as well, and also picking up Sobi, the attacker from E Kittens, really high placing team from NAIC last year in the final stretch. This is a really strong roster they've put together for the 2025 season.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this roster. I am a little bit sad, though, that Zealot's tag is no longer Zelut. I really liked calling him Zelut, but unfortunately, that's going to change. They all actually committed to this team where everybody's using the T3 tag. I like it when both teams are fully committed. But as far as bans, the Sarah Ledge that we saw super effective in last game, not here, but the Armor Rouge will be here.
Yeah, Ho-Oh, another character that is an EX Pokemon that's available to be selected. The last one can be selected is Mewtwo, but of course we don't see a whole lot of Mewtwo. Zacian, Miraidon, bans for T3 as well. I think Umbreon is a pretty strong pick. Pure's, of course, a defender main, a really strong defender main. One of the best Trevenants in the game right now. Of course, going to be picking up that Umbreon. He has been playing a lot of top lane carry defenders. Of course, you can see with those items with Pure has, they are going to be leaning into the amount of damage they can do with foul play, or if they go for the more traditional route, those wishes, if they're able to get those attack weight stacks up, is going to be pretty impactful.
Ooh, are we going to see this as a real pick? Of course, it could be very much just getting baited at this moment, but we could see a little bit of an invasion, a little bit of a nasty choice. Okay, no, we're going to go a lot more solid. Honestly, with how solid the rest of this team is, I think you can kind of go whatever. Armor Rouge, obviously, we saw banned out entirely so far today. We're just going to go Eldegoss and the Buzzwole. Buzzwole, like I said, kind of moving back into the meta more than a little bit. It's always pretty decent, but especially just with like who's strong right now, it can turn the fights into like a 45 very quickly.
Yeah, Buzzwole is still a very consistent all-rounder. Definitely not the same Buzzwole we saw maybe half a year ago when we used to be able to do that combo of superpower smackdown to superpower without having to wait with auto attacks or to build up that beast boost gauge. But character we have not seen very much, and has I was going to talk about failings, but we're not going to see failings in this one potentially. A couple more seconds here as that 10th pick option. Dodrio is also a very fun pick as well. I have a all right, they're just messing with us.
Yeah,
they're just messing with us clearly.
They literally took until the last second, changing every single second. But Leafeon, solid. I mean, really scary team as far as like very high damage from Enigma Esports. I think very previous to the previous set that we watched, if we see Fire Spin out of the Delphox, that is a really good answer for controlling a lot of these Pokemon. But having the Umbreon as well, I think is going to be super, super good. There's a lot more ability to control a lot of this huge damage coming from Enigma Esports potentially. But I mean, Buzzwole and Leafeon, that's been a combo for like you said, like since that like really ridiculous Buzzwole era about half a year ago, maybe a little bit more now.
Yeah, hard to say who has the advantage here. I think both teams kind of lean into a long extended team fight. We think of that Armarouge plus that Ho-Oh doing a lot of damage at range, or Ho-Oh just holding the line for the team. I think the same thing on the side of T3. They can stay on the battlefield for a very long period of time. Think about the passive healing from Blaze, from Blaziken, the healing that you get from Water Urshifu from those surging strikes, of course, on top of the active healing from the other supporters on the team. So I think in terms of longer engagements, I think T3 has it better. In terms of burst damage, Enigma Esports has it stronger with that Leafeon and Buzzwole. So we shall see. Again, T3 likes these longer extended team fights. Enigma Esports wants to go for those high velocity, high damage engagements. If T3 can weather that storm, I think they can win most of these team fights if it does go long.
Once again, single elimination. We'll see which of these teams moves into the top 4. It's going to be T3 Unite on the left and Enigma Esports on the right. And one of the things I'm actually the most interested about is going to be the Armarouge, because it did get some changes. Honestly, both some nerfs and some buffs in that last patch. But since then, in competitive situations, I've just seen it banned 99% of the time regardless. So I'm curious exactly what build they're going to go and how it's going to work out.
Yeah, I think if they do go that Fire Spin route, they will be lacking on range, whereas T3 Unite has that Delphox. So it leads me to believe they are going to be going that Armor Cannon. I think the team would also appreciate some crowd control that the Armor Cannon provides. It does provide some stun if you are hit with that ability. So it leads me to believe it's going to be going the more ranged attacker route, especially with a Buzzwole and a Leafeon that's hanging out in the front line anyway already.
Yeah, that would make sense. Or they can go all in, but I do completely agree with you. But still, I have no idea. We've seen some really interesting stuff today. We've seen an EXP share, Cub Fu. You never really know with a lot of these events. Yeah. Great place to try out the new strat, even if it's an EXP share Cub Fu. Wow, that pack of neutral Pokemon just got eliminated off the face of this planet, and pretty much all going to T3 Unite.
Yeah, just a little bit late for that engagement. Urshifu tends to take things off the map very, very quickly, especially if they're that dark Urshifu with Wicked Blow. Buzzwole here in the top path. I think they were able to take that neutral Bunnelby with that Mega Punch away from that Torchic, so still struggling to get to that level 5, but again, this is to be expected. Buzzwole, we all know that Buzzwole is really strong in that early game, has a really strong presence in both that top and bottom path, but missing a lot of abilities here. They missed that Fell Stinger early on. They're also missing that superpower there, and now forced back to the right side of the map to wait for those cooldowns to come back online.
Yeah, honestly, as far as things go, not a lot of KOs for how much fighting there was just a moment ago and how much damage both these teams can really bring to the table. But we're going to see that Armor Cannon, and I like that. Immediately jumping on that Armarouge. Great eject button to get out. That was almost certainly going to be a KO if they didn't. But look at this. T3 Unite combining to fight in this center area, pushing all the way. They're getting at least one KO. They will get a reverse KO. Urshifu going down to the Leafeon, finally going to get taken out in exchange. This is a huge team fight, though, with nothing really on the line except for just some EXP. And look at this. T3, they managed to get the overall KO advantage, I would say, out of that situation, and then they're just going to take their scores and run away with it, though.
Yeah, like I was saying before, Pierre has been really liking this engage style type of defender play. You can see that with the foul play ability you have on the Umbreon, and it does make quite a bit of sense too when you look at the enemy team. Their front line has a lot of physical attack damage dealing Pokemon. You think Ho-Oh, Buzzwole, Leafeon, all of those dealing physical attack damage. That Umbreon, who's continually getting these attack weight stacks, will do even more damage to those players specifically.
And they're still here fighting on this bottom tier 2. I mean, objectives have spawned, so that is going to be a little bit more important to try and take that. But Pierre going to be going down into the ground, getting planted like a tree. And now the numbers advantage going to be relatively similar. The one big thing is that this Leafeon Rodman is just going to be up here, taking on this Regieleki solo. The tier 1 goal zone is still available up there. They've got 20 points in pockets. That thing may go down overall, but this has been a pretty close back and forth, I think, with just honestly a ton of fighting.
Yeah, the Leafeon was able to break that tier 1 goal zone before the Regieleki would crash into it. So it's going to force Pure to have to deal with that Regieleki now going to the tier 2. Looks like a fight breaking out here in the central area. Urshifu trying to go into a 1v1. Emerald 2-step. Unfortunately, everyone is out of the dance class, and the dance studio just a little bit empty. A Unite move from the Urshifu is going to respawn onto that Leafeon, sending them back over to the right side of the map. And here comes T3. The siege is on as the Fanciful Fireworks is here to set the stage.
Ooh, pulling two strong members of Enigma Esports into that wall right there, and then just everybody from T3 able to jump on them. They're going to take on that tier 1. They're going to continue with the tier 2. The defense from that Ho on there, though, is going to stop from any significant scoring. The Fire Spin does do a great job of defending, so they're all going to have to back up as Enigma Esports respawns. Pure going down to the entire team, essentially. 3 assists on that 1 KO, and so we're going to have to see T3 find another area to attack. I mean, they still already got exactly what they wanted and more out of that situation. That might have been a little bit greedy to push to a bottom tier 2. Usually it's the top tier 2s that you end up going for, but they're taking their advantage, and then they're getting very aggressive with it, as we've seen from that and their push into the center area earlier in the game.
As we head out of the laning phase and into the team fighting stage, I feel like T3 Unite is going to be very difficult to take down. I think specifically this is somewhat of a cat and mouse game, that being the Leafeon trying to get this Delphox in the back line. And we can see there, the interaction that I'm going to be looking for is this Urshifu locking down that Leafeon. That's the very obvious target to protect that Delphox, is just to KO the Leafeon outright. And so the Leafeon is it's going to be very difficult for them to get into the back line with such an oppression in the front line of T3.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to be defending Delphox. Sobi has become one of my favorite players. I think one of the most maybe underrated players, just because she hasn't been able to make it into like a lot of the huge top 8s. Obviously did quite well at the final stretch, but I mean, that is like kind of the primary range damage in this game. And right now, you got to protect that range damage. It's not going to happen immediately getting targeted, just like I was saying. And so Enigma Esports gets the opportunity to run fully into this team with no more control, no more range. And T3 Unite has to run away immediately. Not honestly that many KOs, not as bad as that fight could have gone, but certainly all of that aggression that T3 had broken. This is going to be very much, in my opinion, a protect the president situation and just controlling that massive amount of backlane damage.
Yeah, and with Pure going down there, he's going to be such a huge anchor for their team. I mean, they have 2 all-rounders in the front line, but Blaziken trying to hold back the rest of the team, hold back Enigma Esports from getting to their back line is always going to be so difficult. Really nice KO there, high-value KO for that Blaziken level 12 Leafeon, for that level 12 Blaziken. It's going to be really good for that Blaziken's experience. And of course, Speedsters, they tend to struggle in the later part of the game. Another KO going to the Blaziken, the Buzzwole going down, so they might be able to get this 50 in. Of course, they would love to get this in, but it's going to be very difficult with that Eldegoss and the Armor Rouge walking on through. Psychic Boom onto the tier 1 goal zone. Looks like the Umbreon's going to be able to score that tier 1 goal zone, but with the Umbreon scoring, it's going to leave their back lane open for that Delphox to be taken out.
Yeah, they really have just left that spot open, and I mean, they did manage to get some points in. They are going to pick up the lead going into potentially what is the final stretch, but I mean, they're still pushing for it. They still want more, and there's a lot of resources being used on a lot of sides right here. A lot of the Unites just not in this game currently. Enigma's just going to continue chasing down T3 Unite. Oh my goodness! Oh, trying to get away and actually push the oh my goodness, the Buzzwole like back into the team, and they're going to be able to get the reverse KO on it. Maybe a little bit of an happy accident, maybe intentional, but I did not think that Buzzwole was anywhere within range of that. Maybe they just knew better than me.
Yeah, it was a good risk to take, as you can see in the right-hand corner of your screen. That Buzzwole is struggling with levels right now. Level 11 on the Buzzwole. Same thing with the Armors at level 12, of course, with attackers. And generally, any other attack damage carrier, you want them to be at level 13 to get that second plus ability. And sometimes for these characters can be very pivotal. I think for Buzzwole specifically, level 11 is a good benchmark moment or benchmark level to break. But at least for attackers, you want to try to get to that level 13.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Regirock taken by T3 Unite. That's a really nice little buff to have at the end of this game, and they've got to be careful of the positioning. They've seen that Enigma Esports is willing to dive that back line over and over and over. Currently, Leafeon sitting in position to try and get maybe some back cap before they enter the fight, but if T3 Unite decide to push this earlier, they could be 1 player down.
Yeah, with that score from the Leafeon on that bottom path, they're going to break that goal zone, give them some better positioning in that bottom path, but more importantly, it does give them the lead. 209 to 172, 1.5 minutes left, Chef.
Yeah, and everybody moved down. T3 completely went down to that bottom path. Enigma went down to support whatever was going to happen in that bottom path. But this is an awkward fight to say at minimum. And we're going to see Urshifu pop in immediately. Not really wanting to be the one that has to get the initiation. But we are going to change who's going to be initiating. Blaziken going in. And that's going to be the Armor Rouge immediately melting as Unites are getting popped all over the place. Huge amount of steel there from Pure on the Umbreon. That's 3 members of Enigma down. Only the defender and the support are left. Ho can do an obnoxious amount of healing, but it managed to bring back a huge amount of the team.
I know that's one of the biggest risks for Ho-Oh is even if your team is going down, you might simply be handing even more EXP to Pure. The newest pickup for T3 is really having a performance here in game number 1. The KO streak of 4 for the defender player.
But they've got to move quickly here. T3 does have 4 members up. No damage of the Delphox, and that's going to be important. The Ho has an opportunity, but maybe steal. It's going to be difficult. They've got such good secure. It's going to have to basically be a miracle at this point. And the final hit will go to the Urshifu. T3 taking away that Rayquaza with only 23 seconds left, and it seems like they're going to get at minimum enough to steal back that lead. Nobody on the west side of the map here for Enigma Esports to try and steal that back.
Really close game. Of course, these scores are going to be coming in. Enigma Esports is going to be tossing up that white flag again in a best-of-3 scenario in the single elimination. Enigma Esports back against the wall going into game number 2, but T3 looking a little dire, especially with that Urshifu face checking into that bottom path into that tall grass, finding almost 2 to 3 members of Enigma Esports forces that eject button, but Pure having an extremely significant engage onto multiple team members, getting a KO streak of 3. Unite move from the Ho-Oh, bringing back 3 members, getting another KO. And so even though the damage did not reflect it, the significance of Pure in that late game team fight was so impactful.
Yeah, Pure has been a really key member of this team. I mean, we've seen like really good Umbreons be able to be almost like team leaders in a way as far as like how teams decide to move around and engage. We saw that a lot with Slash as well, but this is another great example of that. And there was a big reason why they managed to win in that final fight, and it was because they had the right members at the right places. I was talking about how most of the previous team fights had begun with Enigma Esports diving the back line of T3 and then just kind of surrounding them. But when they decided to take this weird fight at bottom, which we're not seeing on the replays quite yet, but around the minute 30 mark, it seemed like T3 was able to actually get around and immediately initiate on the Armor Rouge and get into the back line of Enigma Esports, kind of getting away from the advantage that Enigma had kind of had in their positioning earlier, and things just went completely backwards as like a lot of the damage ended up going into Pure on that Umbreon, and they just weren't able to get the KOs that they needed. So really interesting way that final fight went in the kind of bottom path.
Yeah, there's somewhat of a secondary effect for Umbreon's Unite move. You can see here in just a second. But when that Umbreon goes into that Unite move, they also get the passive shielding that the enemy team, I mean, we can see there the Unite move locking down multiple players there. But if you take a look at Enigma Esports on the right-hand side, they have a lot of players that build shields, right? The Armor Rouge can build up shields, the Ho-Oh can build up shields, and anytime you're within that area of effect after that Unite move is used, that Umbreon not only takes the initial shields that those players are using, but also for a period of time, the shields will continually be stolen by that Umbreon player.
Yeah, and it was a good amount right there. We see a lot of times, I mean, obviously, even if Umbreon doesn't end up stealing a bunch of shields, it's still an extremely strong Pokemon, but in specific situations, it can be completely game-changing. I mean, especially if something like a Snorlax on the other side, you end up kind of stealing just an infinite amount of HP, but really good stuff, really good usage. Umbreon, that's one of the most difficult things of that Pokemon, is not popping that Unite too early or too late, because too early and you're not getting maximum value, too late and you are just KO'd and you never get a chance to use it because you did not use it earlier. So using it at the perfect time, very important. And honestly, that just entire sustained last fight was huge. The fact that they were able to get all those KOs, and then there was the big revive from the Ho-Oh, and then they continue to get those huge KOs when honestly T3 was kind of behind. So they managed to win that entire situation from behind with very clutch last minute play.
I think it's a really good example of why Ho-Oh kind of struggles in that defender position, right? You have that Unite move that can be game-changing in certain situations, but the thing that it lacks is that consistency as a defender as a whole, right? It doesn't really have any gauge. Its crowd control is pretty minimal. If you're running a Sky Attack, you have some slow, but in terms of displacing the enemy team, it doesn't have that sort of impact like a Trevenant, Umbreon, Blastoise, literally any other defender. And so we were talking earlier on the broadcast about the fluidity of these characters in their categorizations, and I think Ho-Oh really flexes more towards a support type defender rather than a more traditional defender. It stays on the field for a long time, but in terms of crowd control, hindrance, and that type of impact, it just doesn't have that sort of significance like the others that I mentioned.
Yeah, I think one of its biggest strengths is that it can apply cursed item debuffs, the healing stoppage, as we say, really easily. It's one of the best in the entire game, in my opinion, at applying it, and it can stay there and apply it over and over and over. So it really helps you win a lot of these extended fights, and then the fire damage starts adding up, and it's hard to take down, and you kind of got to deal with it over time. But it's not like a lot of the other defenders where it's like you have to deal with this thing immediately, or it's CCing you into basically an entire team wipe. And so when it's not finding the situations that it wants to, Ho-Oh honestly can be a little bit it can be a little bit like less impactful than one would think. Also, like you said, the Unite, it's really hit or miss. Sometimes there's like no real opportunity to use the Unite. It's not like one you could just use in the middle of a fight. It's like there has to be specific things. And if your team is like not in the right position when they get KO'd, they'll come back up and immediately get KO'd again. So really interesting Pokemon, but I think it's cool. And we'll see if it gets picked again here in game number 2.
Yeah. I think in terms of draft, I wouldn't recommend any sort of changes on the side of Enigma Esports. I think I guess it was somewhat unlucky in the fact that, the Umbreon was able to get so much value out of that. And you can see the immediate respect ban. Umbreon is going to be banned out immediately by Enigma Esports, which is now on our purple side, by the way. The teams went ahead and switched. If you're not super familiar how we select which team gets which side, the losing team gets preference on which side they want to be for the game, the subsequent game if they lost, right? So Enigma Esports is going to have the opportunity to switch sides, and they did. They are now on our purple side team.
Yeah, so that does mean that that Enigma will be highly valuing the first pick currently. So whatever they want as their first kind of power pick, clearly it's what they value highest. I know that's a stupid way to put it, but a lot of times there are situations where getting the first double pick is a lot better because there's nothing like really out there that you really want to make sure the other team doesn't get and that you can build your team around. So I'm curious if it's going to be okay. It's going to be Ceruledge this time around. We saw that obviously popping off in that last set extremely hard. Armarouge though still on board. If we want to see T3, it kind of flip things around and take it.
Ceruledge, really strong first pick option. We're going to see both, potentially both of these new generation Pokemon as Armarouge. Both of these teams are continually just tricking the casters.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is really interesting. The Miraidon being banned a lot, but actually not being banned currently. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to admit, I know I should know more. I do not know very much about Miraidon because I honestly just didn't play with EX Pokemon ever. I actually do not own most of them, so I'm interested to learn. Obviously, I know the base moves, but I'm curious to see how this is going to go competitively.
It has one of the longest Unite move names in the game. It's called Bright Future Meteor Storm.
That's fun.
And it is one of those attackers that I feel like today, like the name the word fluidity is like what the metagame is right now. Mm-hmm. You can see Sobi, they were taking off a couple of items and putting on an EXP share. And so the attacker category is one of those categories or classes that has that fluidity to be a support type character. We see this with Pikachu, sometimes with Mew, getting really good secures with Electro Ball boosted autos, but Miraidon is another one of those characters, applies a lot of kind of annoying type damage when it has that enhanced version of the charge beam, but it uses that Hadron Engine passive ability on goal zones to reduce the amount of healing you get from goal zones. Think about Goal Hacker, one of the new abilities or the new battle items that was released, but it has that in a passive ability. On top of that, you can add something like a Curse Incense to accentuate that healing stoppage, the word that you like to say so much, to really enhance that ability's prowess.
I actually hate saying that, but Doop Snacks makes me keep saying it. Okay, so honestly,
it's copyrighted now, Chef.
Yeah, no, Enigma. And again, Enigma on the left side here. They've got a great front to back team. I feel like I don't even need to talk about that much. But what the heck is this entire comp from T3 on the right? That's going to be, the Mamoswine being super early picks. Technically, Mamoswine got nerfed, but obviously we've seen the Ice Fang do really, really well. It's going to be double stacking as well. And then the Charizard, who also just got nerfed, and then Mimikyu on top of that. This is a very interesting comp of a lot of Pokemon that, while it's not that we don't see them you know, like a lot of them are not uncommon, but to see them all together without a lot of the like kind of core meta picks, really interesting.
Yeah, I can try to theory craft some of it. I mean, I think they're gonna try to attempt to push a lot of goal zones. They have, of course, Miraidon that has the ability to hinder goal zones, but they have a number of characters that have those anti-healing items as well. We were talking about Miraidon earlier with the Cursed Incense, but I believe it was their Charizard that has the Cursed Bangle as well. So they're really trying to lean into this strategy of pushing goal zones, trying to get an early lead, and maybe holding that lead through the final stretch.
Yeah, the healing stoppage always important. All right, here we go. I'm curious as to where everybody's gonna go. Okay, so we're actually gonna see so the Mimikyu in the center. That's definitely gonna be really good as far as, you know, trying to get some of those ganks and those flanks. But putting the Blaziken in center, it's something that we saw a lot for a little while, and I actually love it, by the way. But then we stopped seeing it because Blaziken became one of the best picks for top path once again. But it will be very, very strong, very quickly, getting that quick level 5 power spike.
I think one of the interesting things with two players having those cursed items is that there's a lot of sort of passive or active healing on the side of Enigma Esports. We, of course, have Blaziken with active healing, but you also have the secondary healing from abilities on the side of Enigma Esports. So the passive ability from Blaziken, you have the lifesteal from the Saraledge, and maybe even Giga Drain from Venusaur if it decides to go that. So there's a lot of opportunities for active and secondary healing for Enigma Esports, and I like the decision by T3 to pull out a lot of these cursed items for this team comp.
Yeah, there's also some really interesting choices that could potentially be made. Oh, hold on a minute. Anon is getting going very deep here.
Oh, yeah.
Really getting a little greedy. Oh, no, not able to be fully backed up. But honestly, pulling off a great distraction to allow the evolution to Charmeleon here. We'll see who ends up getting the last hit on that. But as far as their builds, you know, they could go Fire Spin. They could go Cannon. Like, they could go basically ranged or close-up AoE on both the Arm... Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. It's not Armarouge. Armarouge... Yeah, wait, right? Yeah, it's a Saraledge. I'm a fool. Never mind. But yeah, so they're certainly not going to go that. I've had too many Armarouge matches recently. I'm just Armarouge brained right now.
And Pure is not going to have an EXP share, by the way, so it is going to be more of a carry-type defender. Again, another type of defender that can play in that maybe a top, that all-rounder top lane, with the Miraidon being their supporter of choice. And it looks like a lot of team members still in this bottom path for Enigma Esports, just preventing Zealot from getting that wild farm, and I think they're going to be caught out by themselves down here. Don't know if they're going to be able to get away yet with 3 members from Enigma down here for that defense. Again, Charizard, really struggles to get to that level 7 like some of the other Kanto starters, and getting to that level 9 might be even harder considering the amount of defense on the side of Enigma Esports.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen like a rotation maybe from the Charmeleon up into the center area for a set of spawns, but they really wanted that Mimikyu to pop off. And I'm a huge fan, by the way, of double stacking non-EXP share Mamoswine with Ice Fang. Extremely fun. You basically get to one-shot people all day, but we'll see how it works out here. And they're not even worried about these bird spawns here. They're just going to T3 get basically all of them, as they're a little bit worried about just even defending their goal zone with how aggressive this bottom path has been from T3.
Yeah, still no Unite moves on the field. We're still waiting for that Blaziken to become a Blaziken at level 7, and in a 1v1, the Horns find the KO there as the Saraledge gets taken out, and Pure's gonna love all of this experience in the top path. It's still one of the characters that requires a level 9 stage 3 evolution, so it's gonna love being by themselves in that top path.
Yeah, on top of that double stacking currently happening as we're waiting for this Registeel to start getting burned down, and it's going to do a little damage itself, but everybody's just circling around it. Nobody was starting to burn it. It is down to about 50%, but T3 has such a huge range advantage here, and they're going to be able to take out at the very minimum Zealots on that Charizard, but they're going to be moving forward finally. Anon has been a menace here, just completely aggressing their backline over and over and continuing to chase down all the way into the speed zone, not trying to let anybody escape from this team, and gets the KO as well. We see the very far range KO, so we're getting on one member of Enigma Esports. They're going to be able to push forward very successfully, still not taking that Reggie, but they want the goal zone instead.
Yeah, they weren't able to score very much on it. I mean, you can see there's a 79 out of 80, so they only scored 1 point, but do expect T3 to make a lot of these extremely aggressive pad pushes with those anti-healing items, with the Hadron Engine passive ability, but here comes the Sarah Ledge. We saw that earlier, such a strong all-rounder, speedster-type character. They are going to take out the Mimikyu again. Zealot on this Mimikyu has been very impactful, but a character that we haven't seen in this match so far was Pier, who really had an MVP moment in the last game.
Yeah, and they've had so much time to level and get stacks, and any single target that they find is just getting dunked behind them for infinite damage. Finally, the Regieleki going down up top. It looks like Pure and Zealot switch spots slightly, and now Pure going back to try and defend. It's going to be hard to fight against 3, but they managed to stay alive with a good amount of that healing. Really good stuff by Mtai to be able to just keep them up. And this Registeel's been up for like 4 minutes. Yeah. I mean, not literally, but like really long time. And there we go. There's the Unite from Charizard.
Yeah, finally the Charizard enters the field and pretty impactful, able to KO that Sarah Ledge, trying to retreat back to the tier 1 goal zone. Finally, that Registeel starts to fall, or is falling, but it looks like Enigma Esports is going to be forced to vacate this bottom tier 1 goal zone. The Blaziken is going to be scoring in that top path. 37 points. They have lost that tier 1 goal zone, and now T3 is going to take a look inside the jungle of Enigma Esports. As they head in here halfway through the game, let's take a look at our field state. Level 12 on your Mimikyu is your highest level character on the field, and it's just kind of a scary place to be for Enigma Esports. That Charizard is also getting online as well, and we all know Charizard tends to struggle in that early game. Once that Unite move comes online, that's when the game really starts to unfold.
Yeah, the scaling, I would say, altogether for the side of T3 is a little bit scarier, but right now, they are not going to get a chance to fight. Unite's going to come out from Eldegoss just to try and keep everybody alive, and it's going to do a great job of it, actually. 2 members going down of Enigma Esports, and now they're just chasing down the poor Blissey all alone. That Eldegoss Unite turned it around completely. Tie-dye. Tame is going to have like a 100k healing game, at least, I feel, at the end of this, because this has been quite the brawl, but that's a great turnaround. That would have been a lot of rubber band EXP. You just talked about the game state. That means there's a lot that's available basically for Enigma if they manage to get even one big pick, but instead they were the ones getting KO'd.
Yeah, once again, like I was saying earlier, you would think that Enigma Esports has the ability to take these longer extended team fights. I'm going to go ahead and head on into what's going on here. The Mimikyu actually does go down, a very high value target to go down. Level 13 on your Mimikyu. The fight starts to bleed here into the central area and down into that bottom path. They're able to KO another character as the Mamoswine going down. There's that Unite move. Bright Future, Meteor Storm, but in this bottom path, the future for T3 is not looking so bright.
So be trying to defend. I mean, it's so much range, but yeah, you can only do so much, especially when you're that low. And I mean, that's a lot of experience that we got for the side of Enigma over the past minute. Oh yeah, you're gonna run into a not friendly little tall grass right there. But I do have to say, yeah, they got a ton of experience. They are basically even in levels now. In fact, they're I don't want to say they're ahead. It's just spread out differently, but they're matching their level 13s with level 13s, which is going to really even things up for the final fight. But that will also reset some of the respawns for T3 if they do go down a little bit earlier in that final fight. Will be kind of, I don't know, a forfeit of each of the opposite big objectives from both teams, as we're going to have T3 take that Registeel and then the Regieleki going to Enigma.
Yeah, Registeel, I think we're pretty confident that it's the best Southern Regi, especially when you're going into these late game team fights. That global EXP that you get down there, not as impactful as the amount of damage that's boosted by that Registeel. Boost your attack and special attack damage for the next 90 seconds or for the duration of your current life here in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, the XP usually not too important, but there were a few levels up off that, to be honest.
Yeah.
T3 just barely pushing ahead, but certainly that buff means that they're going to want to try to, take their fight before the final minute of the game or so. They're holding pretty still. They've got the range advantage here. I mean, the Venusaur has finally leveled up to level 14, so it is going to finally be able to kind of poke back for a significant amount of damage. It's been a little bit low damage the rest of this game. I think just trying to play a little bit from behind, but versus a Miraidon who's, I mean, even at level 12, is doing so much damage from similar range.
All right, here comes the engage, and the Unite move coming from the Venusaur is going to miss high, and 1 KO going over to the side of Enigma Esports. 3 members down for T3. We potentially might be looking at a Game 3 scenario as a KO streak of 2 for the Blaziken is going to pave the way for Enigma Esports to start working on this Rayquaza, but Charizard looking very healthy here. A KO streak of 2 for the Flying Dragon in the sky, a KO streak of 3, and T3 is finding their way back into this game with a KO streak of 4. Completely unconscious in the final stretch is Zelut, and here comes the Shadow Sneak from way downtown, and the Eldegoss is going to be able to pull that one away.
No way! Zealot and Tie-Dye 2v5! They were like, we don't need to deal with them. There's no way they're going to do enough to stop us from taking this Ray in a 5v2, and they combined just took down the entire team, turned around that losing fight perfectly. What a monster comeback in the final few moments. Zealot literally getting 4 KOs. Then we see everybody finally get back. It delays it long enough that we can get Tie-Dye, I think maybe with the Unite coming in for that final hit. Oh my goodness. What a huge comeback from T3. Zealot and Tie-Dye. That's an MVP moment. That is unbelievable.
I think there are a number of players on this T3 roster that has definitely had some MVP moments in just this best of 3. Of course, we saw Pierre in game number 1 have their moments. Inon was really controlling the battlefield for the first 5 minutes of the game in game number 2. And wow, Zealot, Tie-Dye. What a huge stand here in the final stretch. Getting a KO streak of 4. That's the one thing that's scary about Charizard. If everyone on the other side of the field have expended their Unite moves and that Charizard is looking really healthy, as we saw there, they can really just take control of a team fight. And when it's supported by that Eldegoss, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that was such a perfectly played combination at the end right there. That is actually unbelievable. I can't wait to see that again, hopefully in the replays. But, I mean, honestly, what a game in general. T3 was ahead, which is kind of the opposite of the previous game in the set, game number 1, where Enigma was kind of ahead the entire time. T3 was fighting from the back foot, like, I don't know, 80% of the time. And then in the final fight, this time as well, though, I mean, I gotta say, like, one team really dominated that final fight, but just leaving, of course, Zealot and Tie-Dye up alive was enough. And boy, I am so impressed with what I'm seeing from this team. Obviously, you were talking about a new team. Here we go. We get to see it here. Just the literal meltdown as everybody was just a little bit low. Nobody wanted to fight that combination, but they just could not get the damage. Look at that. It was a manual dodge on a wood hammer. Everything about this was beautiful. Getting all the perfect targets. I don't know if that might have been a 5 KO streak at the end, but it was after Rayquaza, so honestly, nobody was looking. So, yeah, I'm so impressed with this team, and they're moving forward. Very well-earned move forward in this bracket, but I'm really looking forward to everything they do over the course of this season.
Yeah, really strong team, and a team that I'm going to be watching out for through the Pro League and start a UCS season. Do want to give a small shout out to that Trevenant player who got a pick on 3 members of T3 in that bottom left Elbush. It's kind of the reason why Enigma Esports ult dumped onto that into that area, because Trevenant made such a huge play. Hopefully, maybe the Charizard was in there, but it was unfortunate for them that probably the character that swept them was not in that pileup. But with a single elimination game, that means Enigma Esports is going to be heading out of our single elimination tournament. If, of course, they want to play in the LCQ, the last chance qualifier on Saturday, to qualify for the main event, there is still that opportunity. But we are going to be moving on to I believe it's the semifinal, Chef. T3 moving up to round 3. They did get a bye for round 1, and we'll see who they're going to be facing. But it's looking pretty good for them.
It is, but there's some other great teams in here as well. I'm looking, and it doesn't look like we have too many of the other updates for those. Oh no, we do have some other matches. Hop Off My Slack Off and Ace of Cards, actually. Wow. So, I mean, Team YT going down to One Piece going down to Ace of Cards. Then the entire other bottom half of that bracket is Hop Off My Slack Off coming out ahead. And then War Legion, who we did get a chance to see earlier, also taking out Flamin' Hot Dodrios, which is another team that I'm a huge fan of. So some great teams left in this top 4.
Yeah, T3 War Legion Esports, and the other side of the bracket is Ace of Cards and Hop Off My Slackoff. So we are in our semifinals, so we're 2 sets away from crowning our, or at least seeing who is qualifying for our main event. Do not go anywhere. We still got 2 more sets to go. Chef and I will be right back after some soup. See you soon. Welcome on back, everybody. Unite Battle Hub Elite Tour October Spooky Edition. Draku-san, Wonder Chef on the mic. Spooky season. It is quite spooky out there in the ranked environment right now. We don't see a certain character joining the fray in our tournament today. They are currently stuck in Moratorium Jail. That is Darkrai, but it's definitely a spooky time out there with some most recent buffs to this ghost-type character.
Yeah, it's always a spooky time in solo queue for me. My solo queue teammates haunt me. But 2 of the ghosts gonna get banned out from Ace of Cards, who's fighting Hop Off My Slackoff in this semi-final match to see who's gonna make it into our finals. And then we've got a Hoopa ban, I think, for the first time today. Not that we've seen all that much Hoopa. We've seen a pretty good variety of supports. But getting picked, Zacian for the first time today, Slowbro for the first time today, Pikachu getting banned most of today and finally getting picked. So a lot of new bans and picks altogether.
Yeah, don't see a whole lot of Pikachu, at least for today. Don't see a whole lot of Zacian. I think Zacian is definitely fallen off from grace. I'm sure we have horror stories, very spooky stories of Zacian comfy days in our own ranked environments, but it's definitely fallen off from what it used to be. It doesn't have that sort of sustain. It didn't have that basically free full heal with agility, so you have to be very conscious or very careful whenever you engage with Zacian.
Yeah, I feel like most Pokemon now were like, yeah, well, there was an era where they were just absolutely terrifying, including the Phalanx that we had a really scary era of, but honestly have not seen for quite a while. The Umbreon, who's up there. Oh, we're seeing another Greninja. Very interesting, especially alongside a Zacian and Venusaur, who's been very popular today.
I do really like this Phalanx pick. It does typically excel in the later parts of the draft because while it can be a very powerful Pokemon, it's very team dependent. When I say team dependent, it's dependent on the other team, right? We know the classic story of the Venusaur Giga Drain into the Phalanx. You can see that immediate response for Hades on the side of Slackoth. But it does have an eject button, so it does lead me to believe it's still going to be a Solar Beam. It still can pick up that Giga Drain. Giga Drain Solar Beam is not too out of the ordinary. You do like that when you have some sort of dive on the enemy team. You have two forms of dive with that Phalanx and that Leafeon, so a little bit more sustainability. But still, that Solar Beam outranges the Pikachu. I think they can definitely play both flavors of Venusaur with their build.
Yeah, there's not a ton of ranged damage. The Pikachu is very scary right now, and I always like to say that Leafeon is kind of like a mid-range. You know, it's not exactly like fully melee. Obviously, it does get in quite close a lot of the time, but you could go like a almost rangeless or like a more mid-range option for the side of Hop Off My Slack Off, which is just a ridiculously long name to say, and I will say it every single time, I promise.
Yeah, I mean, when I take a look at this Ace of Cards lineup, they have this Phalanx, which I'm kind of curious to see what build it goes. If they do go the Mega Horn build, that kind of leads them to having not a whole lot of sustain in these team fights, or at least sustain damage, right? You do a lot of burst damage with that Mega Horn, but you kind of have that burst damage with the other members of the team. Think Leafeon, Pikachu also has that as well. So this could lead me to believe it goes something fun like Beat Up. That would be really cool.
That would be cool. I don't know if I've seen that competitively, really, and we'll have to see if it actually happens. Interesting way that these paths were somewhat split up. No, actually, it's relatively normal. The Leafeon going center, I guess, is very aggressive, and so I feel like the early game for Ace of Cards is going to be quite good, although immediately that Phalanx almost going down to the Zacian. Have to really be careful about that early damage from that Pokemon.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of other characters on the side of Slackoth that can take advantage of the characters or the troops behind that Phalanx. I'm forgetting the name of that. It's the Brass and the Troops is the name of the characters that make up a Phalanx. But here comes both ganks up to the top path. You have a Frogadier and a Leafeon. Of course, that Leafeon loves that level 4 gank early, but it's a good thing that the Frogadier is here because it's able to help that Zacian get back to the side of the map.
Doobsnacks calls them the Donk and the Dinks, and I have called them that on official Pokemon broadcasts, and nobody has told me not to, so I'm going to continue to call them the Donk and the Dinks. And currently, the Donk leading the charge into the fray here, trying to get the birds and leveling up all those Dinks, and they are going to get, I think, the majority of that experience, but no real big fights so far around those experience like spawns, but there is a Leafeon that could get into a fight over here in this center area. No, maybe they were just searching for somebody a little bit more alone, but when they saw how many people were there, they decided to back up. And look at this, how the turntables. Now the aggression coming from the Phalanx against the Zacian.
Yeah, Leafeon's going to rotate down to this bottom path. Leafeon on a lot of other evolutions that get that level 4 gank or level 4 evolution early. They tend to wander around the map during this point in the game. You know, typically there's a laning phase between that 10 to 7 minute mark. Well, that kind of gets thrown out the window when there's a Leafeon, and even other evolutions as well will wander around the map, and someone else will take the place in that jungle, as you can see here with the Phalanx.
Yeah, I do feel like there's been a lot of like really good early aggression racing cards, which makes sense because they don't really have a lot of evolutions. They don't really need to do all that much more, and they've got to really hold on to an early lead because there are some nice scaling Pokemon on the side of Hop Off My Slack Off, the Venusaur, and most importantly that Greninja, which we're seeing already getting pretty high level at level 8.
Yeah, why don't you kind of behind on levels right now, still only level 6. They do get both of their abilities at level 4 and then level 6 with that no retreat formation, as you can see with the troopers or the Dinks standing in the front of the line. That does make it easy for the Venusaur to hit them all with something like a Giga Drain, but they do have really strong forms here. The one thing that I am concerned of is the amount of brawl that this team have, but I might be proven wrong here as the Zacian goes down.
That's scary. There were like 3 extra dinks in that fight, and they just happen to be the allies, you know, coming from Ace of Cards. And look at this. They're continuing with the aggression. That Leafeon really wanted to go deep. This is ridiculously deep. Falcon taking it all the way almost to their main goal zone. Not too much experience to steal out of there, but there are some actual objectives here that not too many teams are actually going for. 2 members of Hop Off My Slack Off, but they're out in their center area. They got to be careful of that rotation down.
Yeah, Leafeon's going to tap dance on the forehead of the Greninja. That's Danny's going to watch as their team sees if they can secure this, and they do. Foul play is going to secure that objectives in the bottom path. They don't have a lot of offensive pressure moving on forward, as soon as I say that, commentators curse. Slowbro's going to get burned off the battlefield with that solar beam.
Yeah, and that will confirm that it is Beam. It's one of the first fights that we've really seen that Greninja in. That's going to be a tier 1 goal zone up top, getting taken down. I'm surprised that we didn't see Ace of Cards go for the Regieleki off the bat, that they even tried to contest that basement Reggie. They didn't have anybody super close by. They tried to get the steal. They suffered some KOs for it, but they already have a huge points lead. There are 0 points on board for Hop Off My Slack Off, and they have the ability to just continue the pressure. Just take the Regieleki every single time, push it down where that tier 1 goal zone is broken, exactly like this. And while I said I was surprised they didn't go for that earlier, I'm surprised that Hop Off My Slack Off didn't go for the Regieleki to challenge it at all once they knew that was an option.
Yeah, Slackoff right now is playing fairly conservative with their lineup, maybe trying to get those levels on the Greninja. They really only gets online at level 11 when they get access to that first plus ability. They can also use those autos fast enough, but here comes Ace of Cards trying to walk onto the tier 1 goal zone, but a really nice Unite move from the Greninja is able to KO the entire enemy team. And here comes the rest of Hop Off My Slack Off. They have well enough points to break this goal zone with a nice overcap as well. 5 points from the Umbreon, and this is an MVP moment here for That's Danny.
They waited so long to get the maximum amount of points that they possibly could in that goal zone. That was scary. The entire team actually almost came back. They might have been able to if they thought that there was enough time, but they just did not get back quite quick enough. But that's, I mean, huge. They stole back that lead. They took their first goal zone, and they're going to have a better positioning for this next basement Reggie, which is spawning in only 9 seconds. So Hop Off My Slack Off while fighting from behind a good amount of the time. That one huge play has turned things around. Still none of the center XP going to them. So they will be, I mean, they're still ahead by quite a bit. Gosh, they just got so much from that fight. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, level 13 on that Greninja. I feel like I blinked my eyes and they went from level 12 to level 10 to level 13. But here comes Ace of Cards. They have shown vision on everyone on the top path, or at least pushing onto the tier 2 goals. On Umbreon, unfortunately, just going to be a little too late. A slower animation for that closeout score from the Eldegoss. It's going to leave them vulnerable for a tier 3 Regieleki push if Hop Off My Slack Off doesn't hop on their horse and get up to the top path.
And it looks like they may have somewhat of a challenge there, but they're not really committing to it. They were going more into the center area where they will be engaging just slightly. Umbreon immediately getting targeted out and will go down. The beams from the Venusaur are huge, being level 12 already against, I mean, level 12 is the maximum level that they have on Ace of Cards. But first pick of that fight going to Ace of Cards, and they at the very minimum realized that they couldn't just rush in. They couldn't just take that fight immediately, but Hop Off My Slack Off not challenging, again, that Regieleki almost at all, and we might see Kite here on the Zacian get burned down very, very quickly. They've got to run away. They've already taken down the Venusaur. Now the Zacian, no, great agility to get out of there. They will survive, and they're just going to continue on to more the other targets. They don't even care about that Regieleki.
Yeah, the Leafeon was just retreating back over to the right side of the map, and the Blissey just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's like, oh, look, there's a Blissey. I'm going to take this on my way over to the right side of the map. But Ace of Cards, really strong positioning here in the top path. Again, win condition potentially on the field for their team. That Regieleki, they're going to insulate this area as best as they can, and their positioning is quite strong. This Zacian doesn't have many points in their pocket to help with this engage, and I think Ace of Cards is going to wait till the very final second for this to take this Regieleki, and yeah, That's Danny's going to try to make some room for their team, but Greninja really not known for staying on the battlefield for very long.
This, well, I mean, one thing I stayed on the battlefield a really long time is this Regieleki. This thing's like the second Regieleki, and it's just been chilling here this entire time. And yeah, they are delaying it just slightly. Finally, they're going to take it. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Really great timing. Gigantic threat going into the center area. Now, how do you follow it up? Do you just let it kind of move forward? I mean, there's still 13 seconds left. And honestly, it looks like Hop Off My Slack Off might just let it go in. So once you see that actually happen, do you just transition to moving forward and just everybody scoring in the home goal zone? Or do you just start this fight, which looks like they're going to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this front line by just the failings in that no retreat formation. Really strong protection for that Pikachu in the back line, but the Pikachu is kind of all on their own up there as the rest of Ace of Cards starts to pivot down to help this Leafeon in the bottom path. But here comes Hop Off My Slack Off. They might go for a full flip here, Chef, and the Greninja's going to start working on it. Here comes the Unite move from the Venusaur, and the Pikachu by themselves able to pull this one away from Slack Off.
Wow, they shifted almost everybody to go and score. There was actually, I think, maybe a little bit of a disconnect there as to who decided whether they wanted to score, who decided they didn't want to score. But in the end, yeah, it was just the Pikachu all alone, and that was all that they needed, managing to steal away that Rayquaza. There was a ton of backcaps as well. I mean, that would have still been a really tough situation. A huge lead from Ace of Cards, being able to score in that center goal zone, even after the Rayquaza was taken. But yeah, that doesn't matter. It didn't matter. We didn't get a chance to see what the score race might have gone to because of Popsay on that Pikachu.
0 KOs on Pikachu, 0 KOs on the failings, 0 KOs on the Zacian, but the most important knockout for the Pikachu. Getting that Rayquaza away from basically all of my Hop Off My Slack Off, all there. I don't know if Ace of Cards had anyone in that central area except for that Pikachu, but having a plot moment right there. It's the mascot of Pokemon just having their plot twist moment.
Yeah, and currently a monster Pokemon as well in Pokemon Unite. But I do think there were like two people kind of getting to the center area. I'm not sure if they did any damage or were close enough to even try to get that last hit steal, but it didn't really matter. Honestly, I think it was like supports and stuff because I know the Phalanx was currently scoring in the center goal zone. I think the Leafeon maybe had to go back or somebody had to go back, and it was like the support and the defender that ended up kind of going back up, I think, through that center. But what a weird final moment. I'm actually really surprised we didn't see Ace of Cards just give up that Rayquaza completely or like give it up with like one person completely defending and everybody else trying to go towards that Regieleki affected center goal zone. But you can see it right here. You see there's 3 members on this left side. The Leafeon was not there at all. I believe they returned after scoring that 40 in the bottom goal zone. But instead of everybody going towards that center goal zone, you can see on the mini map, 2 members went back up to Rayquaza. They didn't really get there in time. I mean, there was almost an attempt for them to steal it, but it didn't matter. It was Pikachu all the way. Great stuff.
That was, by the way, big shout outs to our production staff in the back to give us this slow-mo moment for the Pikachu. That's definitely a moment to post on X or on Twitter or just to hold that in your back pocket. But it was a perfect example of what to do with Pikachu. Again, Pikachu can be a more supportive type character with Volt Tackle Electropole, but Electropole, a very strong securing option, really good burst damage. You don't really have to aim it so much because it is a point-and-click ability. And you boost the amount of damage that you can do by going into that Thunderstorm Unite move, and it most recently got buffed. I believe it was two or three patches ago. So that was to perfection for that Pikachu.
Yeah, great stuff. But also just, I would say, great aggression in general from Ace of Cards to realize what their win condition kind of was, which was just continuing to push along that top path. I mean, they took the first goal zone early. They took the Regieleki. They were winning all the early fights. They took the second goal zone. They prioritized that. And then they managed to get a Regieleki in the center goal zone, which, again, I feel like they could have taken advantage of a little bit better if they'd committed to either just not using it or using it fully. But in the end, again, it didn't matter. We didn't have to see whether they were able to use that a little bit more or not because they got the Rayquaza on top of the Regieleki. So they got the Rayquaza plus the Zapdos, which is just a combination that you really don't want in general, both of the monsters.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation to go for there. I mean, if you try to defend someone from that Regieleki, that means you're in a 4v5 team fight in the bottom path, but you had or Slackoth had no idea what Ace of Cards was deciding to do. Of course, one of the Leafeon tried to take that consolation prize of giving them the lead by going for that tier 1 goal zone score. And I feel like everything was, I think, in the most optimal position for Slackoth, given the hand that they were dealt. pun intended, because Ace of Cards is, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was the best thing they could have done there. Go for a riff from the Greninja, have really good auto attack pressure onto the Rayquaza, good securing between the Zacian's Unite move, the Venusaur's entire kit with Solar Beam and Verdant Anger. So you had everything going your way. Just that's the game that we play. Rayquaza is as sometimes frustrating as it is.
Yeah, it certainly can be. But also, I mean, having secure on your team to make sure that something like that doesn't happen is very, very important. Or just being able to kind of realize where Pokemon are that you have to deal with before something like that ends up happening is a big part of the game. And that was just not something that they did. They will, though, deal with Pikachu in a different way this time around. Although, actually, it's going to be Ace of Cards dealing with Pikachu. I'm sorry. They're not allowing any of these big special attackers to go through for Hop Off My Slack Off.
Yeah, Pikachu, again, just one of the best attackers in the game right now. And I have been quite vocal about my opinion of Pikachu. Not a huge fan of it. I play a ton of speedsters, and just the fact that it has so many hindrance tools, it gets them back via really low cooldown. The character even has forms of self-healing. That's Spell Vamp, if you're not super familiar with that. So it can stay on the battlefield for a little bit longer because of that, but it's becoming an attacker that does really well in both the attacker role, but also does that support type attacker extremely well as well.
Yeah, it's yeah, like you said, I mean, the fact that it's so good at support means that when it's not support, it's even stronger in that early path. So if you pair it with, I mean, kind of anything, it's terrifying, but there's specific paths, like combinations that just are so difficult to deal with. Electroweb is I mean, Electroweb is just something. But let's look at what is actually getting picked, because Pikachu will not be in this game. The Slowbro's coming back, the Blissey as well. Ceruledge getting first picked. I mean, Ceruledge has been very impactful so far today. On the other side, Trevenant first pick, a little bit surprising. Most of the good defenders are gone, though, so you maybe want to lock them down quick.
Yeah, going down the totem, the tier list of defender totem pole, and I feel like you still got a long way to go. Most defenders are pretty viable. We haven't seen that top lane Blastoise. I think we saw it once earlier on today, so I'm actually surprised to see teams really not decide to pick that one up. But as we head to the later part of the draft here, Kite going to be picking up that Mimikyu. We saw Anon do so well with that character earlier on today. I feel like landing it on any of these two physical attack damage carry Pokemon, that Ceruledge or Leafeon with that Play With Me Unite move, is going to be very valuable. So I think it's a pretty strong pick for the Mimikyu, personally.
I agree so as well. Mimikyu does tend to be a little bit hit or miss, but I feel like there's some great targets here. And then following this up with the Greninja, this is a lot of damage and a little bit of squishiness, I think, on the side of Hop Off My Slack Off. But on the side of Ace of Cards, I mean, we've only seen one Miraidon so far today, and it was a little bit more of a support Miraidon. Did still a ton of damage, so I'm curious how we're going to see it go when it's got pretty considerably the furthest range in this game. I mean, the Delphox obviously will be able to challenge it, but there's just, I mean, honestly, a lot of damage on both sides, and whoever, I mean, honestly, it's going to be a lot of diving the other back line with most of their teams. It's going to be like an Ouroboros, basically.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a cat's trying to find a mouse game, right? This Greninjas and this Mimikyu definitely trying to get to that Miraidon in the back line, and on the other side, that Leafeon, Ceruledge trying to get to that Delphox in the other side. So, I think in terms of the two team compositions, I never want to underestimate Ceruledge. It's such a strong character, and we've seen it earlier today. That Unite move can be extremely devastating with a team that, if I'm not mistaken, is lacking a single full heal. So once again, if they're able to land that Revenant Ren on multiple characters, it can do extremely well.
Yeah, there's some interesting like levels of survivability. I think is going to be a kind of a big deal of this particular matchup because, like I said, there's a lot of squishy like divers on both sides that could really end a lot of these fights really quickly. And while there is some pretty strong poke on both sides as well, it doesn't feel like the way that these teams are built, there's going to be a lot of sustainability against poke. So I feel like they're going to start poking, and then as soon as it happens, it's going to mean that one of the teams has to go in, and it's going to work, or it's not going to work, and the other team's just going to eat up the rest of whatever's left. But we'll see what happens. Of course, Ace of Cards now one match away from making it to the finals. Hop Off My Slack Off, they've got to fight two in a row here.
Yeah, and of course, this is a single elimination game, so Slack Off, they have to win this game or they are out of this event, and it does mean they are not qualified for the main event that's going to happen on Sunday. Of course, they have that LCQ, but into the game, no. Looks like they do get an early KO. That is Hop Off My Slack Off, as the Charcadet in the bottom path gets KO'd, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty scary situation to deal with up top. I mean, even though you already have level Leafeon, also, this is going to be a very obnoxious path to deal with on bottom. Miraidon, while I said I don't know much about Miraidon, I do know that Miraidon is obnoxious to fight in the early game, has a lot of range, a lot of damage, and like most Pokemon that don't evolve and potentially were old EX Pokemon, it just gets pretty strong right out the gate.
Yeah, really strong farms to secure this top path. I blinked, and all of those farms just flew away as the bird type of Pokemon or flying type Pokemon that they are. Wallachu's going to try to make some room for their team. They do get that Bitter Blade at level 5. It's a really strong burst type ability in the early game, and breaks in. Man, really struggles in that attacker position in the bottom path because it needs at least level 6 to get anything valuable. That's where they get that second or that third stage evolution, but that's when they also get one of their primary damaging abilities too.
Yeah, you really need to scale up. And against the Miraidon, who, like I was previously saying, doesn't just scale up at all, you're going to be just weak for a while. It's going to have to play, it's going to be a little bit more of a catch-up game. Also, just the annoyingness of Slowbro in that bottom path is going to be quite good. Wow, double evolution right at the same time. And so finally, we are going to see them hit some power spikes. If that Slowbro had stolen that, that would have been huge. But in the middle, there's another fight. Goodness, it's so much damage for so long getting caught in that beam. But we are going to control a lot of the map here from Ace of Cards. They're just, you can see they're just a line up and down that center area, finally going back to their paths, but it just feels like they're in control so far. Level-wise, though, they're not, honestly. Slakoth doing quite well in the just kind of farming.
Yeah, that standing actually escaping there was kind of a 50-50 in that fork in a road of either going up towards the top path or into the central area. Unfortunately, the Leafeon picked wrong in that sense. And I think if the Greninja did go down there, we could potentially see a level 8 Leafeon in the 7-minute mark. So it's important to take note of these decisions that could make an impact in the later part of the game. But right now, Ace of Cards walking into this tier 1 goal zone, and Cerulege going in deep. Looks like the Greninja does not have access to their Unite move just yet, so got to be very careful approaching 4 members of Ace of Cards.
Yeah, getting that Unite move is going to be huge because that is going to be one of the main ways, or a really amazing Shadow Sneak maybe from Mimikyu, to get in on that Miraidon, or... Right? That was the most unnecessary Unite, I think.
Wow.
Did you really need to Unite a 3v1 Slowbro? That was just completely mean, and they're certainly going to get that Basement Reggie absolutely for free, but in return, Ace of Cards is going to be taking this top Regieleki absolutely for free on top of that Tier 1 goal zone. But aside from that, like I was saying, that Unite's going to be great against getting on that Miraidon.
Yeah, just wanted to take out that Slowbro in a very fast way. Of course, you do get that Unite move back fairly quickly. It was 2 or 3 balance patches ago where the Unite move charge for Greninja's Unite move was reduced, but also the damage was reduced as well. Some would say it was a nerf, some would say it was a buff, depends on who you ask. But nonetheless, they're most likely going to get that Unite move back for another engagement, and pretty conservative approach here for Ace of Cards, taking that Regieleki, sending it to the tier 2, and then just repeating or retreating back to their side of the map to get the minimal farm that's there anyway.
Yeah, it's been the strategy from Ace of Cards so far, kind of both times now, but luckily they haven't already broken that tier 2 gold zone. They're actually down on points, which is pretty big, but wow, yeah, really trying to get that ambush in that tall grass and using the Unite to get away. You can see that recharges a lot quicker, just like you were saying, using it just to escape after using it just to win a 3v1. Just, hey, don't hold on to it if you don't need to. The most wasted Unite is the one that's never used.
It's a good poem, Chef. Definitely should make that a haiku or haiku or something like that. But so we head into the halfway point of the game. Really close game. Only a 13-point lead by a hop off my Slakoth. And levels are about even as well. Of course, that Greninja at level 11, they will get their Unite move back online for this next team fight engagement. I wonder where Ace of Cards decides to go here. Again, they have that Slowbro Unite move. They haven't had that for the previous 5 minutes of the game. And we all know Slowbro Unite move can quite literally sway the tide of the game in your favor if used on the proper character.
Yeah, I feel like Greninja is just the ultimate target that they're going to want to find. I mean, if that Greninja uses its Unite and then you slow beam it in the middle of the team, they just turn and burn the Greninja, which is only going to take like a fragment of a second, that would be extremely optimal. But you're asking where Ace of Cards was going to go. It looks like primarily they're going to be going up top for this Regieleki. They see there's not a huge challenge for it. There's still the Maridon down on bottom to try and defend if they try to push that tier 2 goal zone, but it's once again just a similar trade where it's Basement Reggie goes to hop off my slack off, top Regieleki goes to Ace of Cards, and the game continues.
Yeah, but the thing about this approach for Ace of Cards is they're applying a lot of resources to take this Regieleki off the field, but they're not getting a whole lot of value. We'll see if that changes here in the next few seconds as a slow beam lands itself on, I believe it was the Mimikyu, but unfortunately not the follow-up that they had for Ace of Cards, and they're going to try to continue pressing onto this tier 2 goal zone with that Fanciful Fireworks on the defense for Hop Off My Slack Off, and I mean, they're making their presence known here. Whether they're able to get this Regieleki in is a different story, though.
Ooh, that was pretty big right there. I think that was an egg bomb that managed to hit every single person, but oh, look at this 2 KO streak now from Maridon. Maridon is going to go down as that Greninja finds its target in the backline. That's something that they've had to worry about this entire time. Only this poor Slowbro once again fighting this time a 2v1, could have been a 3v1, as Eldegoss is just sitting here stopping that Regieleki from going in. And look at this, taking the time to try and push forward after that, but enough of Ace of Cards is here to try and defend, and we are starting to get close to this final stretch moment, so I don't think you really want to take any gigantic risks, especially you're holding 50 Eos energy in your pockets as Greninja here, so we're just going to back up, we're going to split up, and we're going to reconvene in about 45 seconds.
Yeah, just kind of piggyback off of my point earlier in this game, but again, Ace of Cards really leaning into this top path, but I would say they got too greedy with that push to the Regieleki. But I mean, question is, what did they actually get out of it, right? They didn't really get any KOs. They got a KO on a level 11 Delphox, so okay, that's great, but they didn't walk into the central area of Hop Off My Slack Off, didn't take any of that. They actually lost 3 characters, so got too greedy, but they really didn't get a whole lot of value anyway.
Yeah, and we can look right now, 2 level 13s on the side of Hop Off My Slack Off. That's really great for them. It's 2 really important level 13s as well. 2 Pokemon that want to kind of be in the fray for a long time, so that little bit of extra advantage is huge. And our positioning going to the final stretch, and we get two Reggie Swans for 1 second apiece, essentially, and then it's over. So we do get to see a little bit of a defense up top, the only tier 1 goal zone remaining, going to Ace of Cards still up there. Ceruledge is going to be defending, but everybody from Hop Off My Slack Off is sitting here waiting for the opportunity to engage.
Still a really close game, a 50.1 score game in favor of Ace of Cards. Ceruledge defending that tier 1 goal zone. They do definitely have vision on all these 2 or 3 members of Slackoth, that is Ace of Cards, into the Slackoth. I don't think they know that the Ceruledge is up there defending that tier 1 goal zone. Trevenant right now, I mean, it is a grass-type Pokemon, so not super effective damage from that Thunder, but that damage is starting to tick up. The Eldegoss is doing their best to keep them alive with both that Cotton Guard, but also that Pollen Puff as well. So still maintaining that built-in full heal is always going to be very good.
Yeah, really, the both teams just setting forward their defenders, and they're getting beat up, and they're moving on. Oh, no! That was an attempt to eject button in. Now it's gone. That would have been huge to be able to get the initiation that way, but every single thing with. We actually could have seen a beautiful counter-initiate, but I don't think Ceruledge was quite close enough. Still, we know now that the eject button is not in place, and time is ticking down. The 50-point lead is to Ace of Cards, and that 50 points could send them to the finals if Hop Off My Slack Off does not make a move. Oh, my goodness, that Trevenant is getting... I mean, hey, you know, if you see lightning strike a tree, it can just literally split it in half, and that is currently what's happening. But right now the positioning is weird for Ace of Cards, as we're finally going to see that initiation hit.
Oh, the slow beam lands onto somebody, but unfortunately does get KO'd by the rest of Hop Off My Slack Off, getting in on this team fight. 3 members down for Ace of Cards, and this might be the gamble that Ace of Cards is going to lose here. They've just maybe waited too long with such a lead, but with 20 seconds left, Slack Off has to take this off the field, Chef.
Oh, but look at this, there's 2 great members left. They just weren't close enough, though. But can they get enough points in? Oh, they're so close. I think they're going to be able to get it. The Hundo Burger from Greninja. And it looks like maybe even one more on bottom, and Hop Off My Slack Off perfectly on time to bring this to a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you always got to be very afraid of an auto attack character like Greninja. They can very easily just take objectives off the field, especially at level 14 or level 15. Highest boosted attack damage in the game, or at least in speed. specifically, and pretty conservative from both teams throughout the entirety of the game. Again, ace of cards. All the Regielekis didn't get a whole lot of value out of that. I think I saw like 19,000 damage from that Leafeon. Yeah, definitely not where you want to be, especially when there's a Greninja on the other side. I want to use those Unite moves on them and that Delphox as much as you can. But yeah, we're going to be going into game 3, Chef.
We are game 3 between Ace of Cards and Hop Off My Slack Off to see who will make it into the finals. We're going to take a short break as we set up our final game of this set. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with the final game of semifinals.
Welcome back, everybody, from a very, very short break as we get ready for our game 3. Ace of Cards trying to find their flush moment, quite literally, to win this game 3. Again, winner of this is going to be moving on to the winners finals, and I think it's only just a winners finals, or I guess just the finals. Do we have an update, Chef? Do we know what has happened with the other side of the bracket?
It's a great question. I wish you'd asked me that a few minutes ago. No,
Yeah.
I'm going to look it up right now. We do have T3 Unite and War Legion Esports playing. Let me see if there's an update here. It does not look like we have one quite yet. So it will be one of those two meeting the winner of this set in the finals. And this is our first game 3 that we've had on broadcast. So very well earned to whoever's going to be moving forward. But again, for anybody who wasn't here earlier, there were a lot of really great teams in this tournament. I mean, T3, who we just talked about, and War Legion are still in. We had a chance to see, I mean, Enigma was in here, Buff Night Slash was in here, Flamin' Hot Drios, Team YouTube was in here, losing to One Piece, then One Piece losing to Ace of Cards, who we're seeing exciting right now. Tons of great teams, and these are the 4 that are on top, and it's going to be 2 that are on top very soon because like I said, just one more game here to see who's going to make it to finals.
Yeah, if you're not super familiar with how the Elite Tour works, we have our European circuit and our North American circuit somewhat running in tandem, both regions having 2 qualifiers each. The winners of those 4 total will move on to the main event, which will be on Sunday. There will be an LCQ, that is Last Chance Qualifier, on Saturday for both the North American and EU regions in one bracket. So it's just like a kind of a regional matchup depending on who from North America and Europe decides to attend that event. And then we have our main event on Sunday, which teams will be fighting for a $500 prize pool. Shout out to Community Gaming for that.
Shout outs to Battle Hub for running this entire circuit always. And it's been a while since we had this, I mean, obviously the world's month is always extremely busy for everybody. And then the month after is a little bit, everybody wants to take a little bit of a break, but we're here now. And honestly, it's wild because we're getting ready to start basically the competitive season again. Yeah. We are like 2 weeks away from LAIC, or like 3 weeks away from LAIC, I think, maybe. I don't know how time works anymore. Then basically the entire season starts. So, the Elite Tour starting back up, UCS starting back up, everything just all in a row. Your league, you can self-promote because I'm talking about your league starting up soon. Is that next month?
The first opening day tournament is going to be on Saturday. That's the Pro League for North America. Yeah, this Saturday. It's called the Stellar Champions League is what the name we're going with. And a lot of really huge names from North America attending that one, including T3, who is currently on the other side of the broadcast. But here we go, Chef. Ace of Cards, Hop Off My Slack Off, is going to be on our orange side team. And I would say these teams it hasn't been decided in draft, I would say that much. It's definitely been more of the decision-making and the micro from each of the players for both of these games. I'm excited to see who comes out on top here, because I think in terms of skill, both as a team and in players, the individual, the teams, and I think they're both really close.
Yes, for sure. We've had, really good back and forth. Obviously, there's a reason why we're here in the first third game of the broadcast today. But a lot of it is decisions towards the end. And I think that is what we tend to see is when 2 teams are very, very close in skill, it comes down to the final 2 minutes a lot more than some of the other matchups. Like if one team tends to be a little bit far forward and they're very aggressive and they just have that little bit of edge above other teams, then it can be ended a lot quicker, basically, because they're just ahead the entire time. They take a lot of early points and et cetera, et cetera. But the slow bro that was very, very effective for Ace of Cards and really important in that last fight is immediately picked. An interesting first pick, actually.
Yeah, once again, we're like we were saying before, going down the totem pole of defenders with both Umbreon and Ho-Oh being banned out. I think a lot of defender domains would say those 2 defenders specifically, for different reasons, are the best defenders in the game right now. And Slowbro, always just so consistent. That Unite move is just devastating, honestly. Like it's gotten some nerves. I think it was 3 or 4 patches ago to its survivability, but that Unite move has stayed consistent as one of the best, if not the best, Unite move in the game, just simply for locking down a character for something like 2 to 3 seconds.
Yeah, I always say the stronger that the overall meta is, the stronger that Slowbro is at any given time. It scales because the better targets that you have, the better that you, like, the more value that you essentially get. So right now, I feel like there's a lot of really strong Pokemon that get through bans because there are a ton of different great top tier Pokemon, and we'll see what the targets end up being. Right now, both those Mimikyu and the Leafeon, great targets for that Slowbro if you end up getting them. Honestly, kind of every Pokemon on the other side is going to be a great target. And are we going to see the Absol?
Wow, you don't see Absol very often, but I feel like the Absol has somewhat been a sleeper pick in that speedster category. It does really well as a roaming type Pokemon. It typically has a lot of mobility just by itself without using those battle items like eject button. It has that XP to make its roaming even more faster, but on top of that, it does have this energy amplifier, so that Unite move can be extremely devastating at ripping objectives, but also just taking people out of just surprising enemy team as they wander around the map. So expect this Absol to be uniting very often in this game.
Yeah, I feel like Absol is also quite good as kind of like a counter dive as well as a dive itself. And there is a lot of dives. So there's going to be a lot of really juicy targets, I think, for this Absol. It's so hard to lock down, especially against when you got something like a Mimikyu who really wants to hit Shadow Sneak or an Leafeon that really wants to hit whatever its primary move that they end up choosing is. It can be really tough when Absol is like sneaking behind you and just like spinning around and you're just like missing everything. And you're like, I cannot win this 1v1 right now. So I think it's a really cool pick. We'll see if it ends up working out because it is a rarer pick, but I feel like there's no reason that I see that it isn't quite good.
Yeah, and another thing about the Absol's Unite move is that it has those invincibility frames where you can't target the Absol while it's in that Unite move. So if you get, for example, hit by the Emerald 2-step, the Leafeon Unite move, that's this 2-step process, quite literally. You can go into that Unite move to avoid that burst damage that comes at the end of the Unite move. If you get Mimikyu Unite, of course, you don't want to get United to begin with, but you know, all those different things can help this Absol stay alive longer when they go up against these high damaging characters on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, even if you use it preemptively, you prevent the Mimikyu from uniting you, which is, you know, in its own way, it is a slow beam. But if you're not there, then you can't get targeted. So, hey, that works. And right now, the Absol is going to be up top. So, top path Absol. There is obviously a good amount of ways they could have gone this. They could have gone a little bit more gank heavy. But instead, they're prioritizing getting the experience on that little Torchic right now to become the Blaziken later. And this Absol, well, it's gone. I was going to say something, but it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I mean, Absol is the disaster Pokemon, and it's kind of a disaster in this early game to be KO'd that early, especially as a speedster. But of course, Absol is a pretty strong scaling Pokemon. When they do get that Unite move, they can get some really high value KOs very quickly when they combo that Psycho Cut, if they decide to go that ability into that Unite move. So expect that when it becomes level 9.
Oh my goodness, that was a huge Electro Ball, and look at this. Ace of Cards has to run away immediately. The Gossifleur, still not an Eldegoss this late into the game, which it would really like to be, and it very well could be, is immediately KO'd. And so this is a very strong early advantage, I feel, for Hop Off My Slack Off. We have not seen any sort of fighting chance yet from Ace of Cards. I mean, obviously, they just have not hit their power spikes. They're really waiting for the Combuskin currently to kind of get into a fight that it really wants to be in, but the early game in general, just so good from Hop Off My Slack Off. I mean, you really don't need any evolutions past level 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's to be expected, right? I mean, the Leafeon, we know that it's a very strong early game Pokemon. Mimikyu, even a strong Pokemon at level 5 as well. Pikachu, we know it has Electro Web, really strong securing tool at level 4 with Electro Ball. So just waiting for this Blaziken specifically to start scaling. I feel like that's the character that really struggles in the heavy early game composition, as both teams have, but that is where the deficit is going to be. At level 7 now for the Blaziken, we'll see how it starts to develop as this character starts to unlock those abilities.
Yeah, this Absol is just still getting bullied. Yeah. And it's unfortunate. I mean, I really like the idea, but I think putting it in Path maybe was not the right move. It doesn't threaten very much at all. And I think that Blaziken's a great option in Path as well, but we'll see if it pays off like later in the game. Maybe it's just more focused on eventually getting those power spikes. So Blaziken getting melted doesn't even matter what level it is. And that's a 4v3 up top. This has been a really, really heavy focus from Hop Off My Slack Off on this top path, and they're doing great with it. Looks like they're hunting for another KO. Mimikyu getting hit, the Shadow Sneak moving in, going for a second KO on that Absol, but it's gonna be able to get out in time. They don't even really care. They already managed to get 2 out of this exchange, and we're at the 7-minute mark. Huge level lead for Hop Off My Slack Off before even the first objectives spawn.
Yeah, to my disappointment, because I've been very vocal about Pikachu, but when I look at Pikachu Volt Tackle Electro Ball into this composition, there's not a whole lot that can contest it, right? There's that Blaziken, of course, got to be very careful jumping onto the Blaziken, but Blaziken typically don't have full heal, so you're going to take the full force of the hindrance that comes from Volt Tackle Electro Ball. Of course, Absol doesn't really like to see that as well, so there's just a lot of characters on the side of Ace of Cards that's going to hate this Pikachu, hindering them from the back line. Here comes the rest of Hop Off My Slack Off. They're going to take that Reggie, I believe it was Reggie Ice, off of the field, and you can see here, not a full heal for this Absol, and it's not going to like that hindrance from the Pikachu.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we didn't see the full heal, but like you mentioned before, it has the X speed, and it was not fast enough to escape, even with that. Not only was that a victory on bottom path for Hop Off My Slack Off, they also were winning up top. Finally, they're going to get maybe KO'd a little bit, but no, the Bliss assistance to save the Blissey. Usually the Blissey is the one who's trying to save someone else, but they're like, hey, come over here, help me. And there is a Bliss assisted Mimikyu for a moment more. I maybe could have seen someone taking that fight, but instead we're going to see the Unite from the Pikachu to initiate. We are going to see, oh my goodness, a huge Phantom Forest as well, landing on 3 or 4 different members. Regieleki taken by Ace of Cards, but it's looking like Hop Off My Slack Off could potentially take the rest of this fight.
Yeah, and objective secure, going over to the Eldegoss. Here comes the Leafeon, getting maybe a KO streak of 2 as they're able to KO the Miraidon with that Emerald 2-step. Here comes that Unite move from the Absol, lands on something like 3 or 4 characters, but unfortunately can't lock it down as the Mimikyu is going to pull a blanket over the eyes of the Absol.
Oh, this has been okay. So I was talking about it earlier, and this is something else that Zoinks and I talk about a lot, about how Mimikyu is one of the most hit or miss Pokemon in the game. When it pops off, and when it doesn't, it just kind of sucks. And right now, this is a pop off of Mimikyu. We have seen some beautiful Shadow Sneaks hits, pretty long range ones as well, perfect ones in the middle of fights, and. Look at that right there. Look at that right there. Thank you for proving my point. That was a beautiful across the map shot.
Yeah, I feel like Mimikyu is also one of those characters that if you don't know how to play Mimikyu, you simply just don't know the different pathways the Mimikyu player has available to them with that Shadow Sneak, right? To extend that ability, Shadow Sneak through walls, the distance that it did there. It needs to go through tall grass or walls, and you don't really know those pathways unless you play Mimikyu yourself.
Yeah, it's true. And I need to play more Mimikyu to get more familiar with those, to be honest. I just look at them and they just look like magic to me. But wow, huge initiation here. Ace of Cards immediately going in, managing to get at least 1 KO in this fight as they're trying to push down this tier going goals up, but 3 melted at once. The Pikachu comes back into the fight. Oh, the Unite from that Mimikyu as well, just to help close down the rest of the members. And this Regice is probably going for free to Hop Off My Slack Off. That looked like the first big good fight that Ace Cards could have taken, or Ace of Cards could have taken, but they're going back in once again. The Bliss assistance to try and turn it around, even a 2v3. In the meantime, Regice going down to Pikachu up top. The Regieleki still available, and there's just been no opportunity for Ace of Cards to take anything out of this game.
Yeah, Ace of Cards is really struggling at a level deficit. I mean, when you look across their team, you have 2 speedster-type characters. That Miraidon is an Electro Drift Miraidon, by the way, that really loves having a level advantage. They're going to break this goal zone with a smaller overcap, but at what cost? I mean, 3 members going down for Ace of Cards, level 14 Leafeon, and he's going to try to get away here, but that Emerald 2-step is going to be the last laugh for Ace of Cards, as Leafeon able to get 3 KOs for themselves. 200 to 87. I feel like this lead does not reflect the level lead that Slackoth has built here.
Yeah, I mean, no, sorry, it's not Kai that's level 14. It's we got the Eldegoss. That's Danny on the level 14. But regardless, it feels like everybody's level 14 on this team because they're just so far ahead. And we're going to see level 14, level 13. There's still 45 seconds left before the final stretch, so we can, I think, see the Pikachu as well probably get to that 13 points if they do find enough farm. But boy, this is going to be a tough situation, especially too. We saw Ace of Cards take down that top tier 1 goal zone, which normally is a pretty big deal, but getting a pretty low overcap when you're this far behind and not being able to take the final Regieleki means that you're really not getting that much off of it, and it's setting you up for kind of a more tough situation later. You're going to have to score Hundo Burgers further and further in if you do manage to take, the Rayquaza even. So we'll see what happens. We are not going to get any more big objectives. We're about to hit the final stretch here in game 3, the final 2 minutes of this set.
There's one thing in favor of Ace of Cards that they have really good rip. They also have pretty decent secure. We all know Overheat really strong. Shadow Sneak lands with a Slowbro, probably not the best target to jump on of. And I feel like we were in this position the last game. That Trevenant just dancing closer towards the Rayquaza, the Slowbro between those 2 pillars, and we saw what happened last time, right? We want to make sure the Slowbro lands on the correct target, and you don't want to play footsies with the Trevenant.
This is deja vu. This is weird. But oh, you got to back up. This is an eject button for sure. Oh, that is so scary. Everybody put themselves in a position to get pulled by that Trevenant. That was eject button, Woodhammer, Horn Leech into GG right there. But we didn't see it actually pulled off. Maybe eject button's still on cooldown slightly. There've been a few really good opportunities that I think would have easily been taken. As we've seen, they really like going for that. We're seeing a little bit of damage going to the Rayquaza, but it really is just a threat. I think they know that it's going to have to come down to a fight, especially for them. And oh gosh, they're so clumped. I'm so scared for this Woodhammer engage.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there it is.
There it
He's
is.
grabbing 2. Eject Woodhammer finds his way onto 2. And Chef, I think you said it perfectly. I was just cringing that entire time because it's so scary. Pikachu is going to be going down as well. Look at this. Ace of Cards actually holding on here. Blaziken getting some of those Blaze passive abilities. And they're able to get 1 KO, 1 HP on the Blaziken, Chef.
How did that Blaziken stay up? Gets another Let's level 15. No way. No way. The Blaziken turning it all around. They've got to be careful. There's a chance for a Steel Egg Bomb. Like I've said, the best secure in the game. You get one chance to do this. One chance, but no, it's the other defender. And Ace of Cards, after honestly getting engaged upon it in an amazing manner, manages to turn around that fight. And this is our victor right there. That Blaziken play was incredible, going down to like 10% HP and fighting all the way back, getting level 15 mid-fight. I actually can't believe that Ace of Cards took that around to make it to our finals.
Oh man, Chef, you said it perfectly, right? I was just like, oh, I'm so scared for this Trevenant. They're clumping up together. This is like, I'm sure that Pure and Ducky and some of the other NA Titans and Trevenant are just like relishing. It's like, oh, that's just an easy eject play into GG, like you're saying. And they got 2, but man, really strong composure by this Blaziken to stay in the pocket, just being at less than 50% HP. And like I was saying before, in like some like with that Charizard example with T3, right? When a team uses all of their resources on 1 or 2 members, it allows a couple of other characters specifically to really shine, specifically in that all-rounder category. We saw Charizard do it earlier. Blaziken is another one of those characters that when the other team doesn't have the Unite moves anymore, it tends to shine because it doesn't have its own Unite move. In a clean fight without Unite move, Blaziken is going to shine every single time.
Yeah, and that's one thing about Blaziken is that even though it does have burst damage, it's got really good consistent damage because you were literally just cycling move into move into move into move into move, and it just never stops. On the side of Hop Off My Slack Off, they have a great team comp, but it is entirely burst. So they pulled in those first 2 members, they bursted everybody, and then I'd have to assume that within that fight, maybe there were 1 or 2 moves that were missed. I mean, the Pikachu went down very quickly in return, so that was already off the board. But Mimikyu is burst. That's really dependent on, you know, like landing your skill shot. You've got to land a great skill shot with the Leafeon as well, and it just seemed like they just didn't have enough damage to continue taking down that Blaziken. You mentioned can have a little bit of self-sustain. There's a little bit of healing on board as well, and it just ran through that entire team, just not able to be KO'd. It really needed to get hit by like 1 more big CC or something, but we can actually see it happen again right here, and oh my goodness, I cannot believe they turned that around.
Yeah, Absol's actually doing pretty well here too. I think it landed that Midnight Slash Unite move on a couple of different members of Hop Off My Slack Off, and it really paved the way for this Blaziken to really sweep up the rest of the team. And yeah, I feel like if you're Hop Off My Slack Off, you definitely lost that. It really sucks for them to lose that one. I feel like they were winning definitely game number 1, 2, and 3 really confidently, but one of those plays just happened to be the one that tips the scale in the other way.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we just said it a bunch of times, but that initiate was great. The Trevenant, Woodhammer into Horn Leech, it was exactly what they needed to do, and I'm surprised that it went any other direction. Like you said, the Absol was actually, I think, a really big part of that. Did a ton of team damage once they all clumped up to try and take out the members that were kind of grabbed by that Trevenant. But that does mean that we know our team making it into the finals. I'm going to look at the updates to see if we see the other team was in finals. Oh my goodness,
yeah.
War Legion defeating T3 in a game 3 right alongside this one. So a lot of potential upsets today, some great teams playing, but it's going to be War Legion versus Ace of Cards in our finals.
Yeah, love to see the healthy healthiness of the teams joining today. Again, we expected some of the other big hitters to really make a deep bracket run. Of course, T3 made it all the way to the semifinals, falling short. War Legion, in my opinion, I did not have have them on my radar at all. So it's really cool to see them. Same thing with Team YT. We thought they were going to make a pretty deep bracket run, unfortunately losing in round number 1. So really fascinating final 2 teams making it through to the North American qualifier number 2. It's got War Legion Esports, Ace of Cards in our best of 3. Winner of this is going to be moving on to our main event on Sunday. Hope to see you guys there. But we got one more game for today, one more set for today. Do not go anywhere. Battle Hub Elite Tour October Spooky Edition. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Elite Tour North American Qualifier number 2. We're down to 2 teams. Every good bowl of soup has its end, but once you get to the bottom, it is just the most concentrated flavor that you can have, and that's what we've got here with our 2 best teams amongst actually quite a few teams, a lot of great, well-known teams. It's going to be War Legion Esports and Ace of Cards, who we just watched. And of course, to bring you the action for the finals, I am Wonder Chef, and that is Draku. How you doing, Draku?
Doing pretty good. I feel like with the bowl of soup, you can pretty much anticipate what you're getting at the end. I feel like that's been quite the opposite with these teams. We had some hypotheses and predictions of which teams we thought would make it through to the end of the bracket, and War Legion Ace of Cards definitely was not on my bingo book.
All right. Well, you know, the Wonder Chef Poetry Hour, you know what soup you're going to get at the end, but you don't know what the bottom of the bowl looks like. So it's all about the surprise at the end. And we've been enlightened. And these two, I mean, saying they're the bottom of the bowl makes it sound, that sounds like an insult. So I might take that
That's
one
the
back.
Best
But
part. What do you mean?
I mean, hey, you know, maybe there's a cool little like Pokemon on the bottom, and you're like, hey, I was surprised. I didn't know there was a Pokemon Bowl. But anyway, finals here, War Legion Esports, Ace of Cards. This is a single elimination tournament. No advantage to anybody here, but the winner will be qualified for the finals on Sunday. We've seen both of these teams before.
One step closer to that main event. Again, winner of that main event will get a lion's share prize of not all of the $500, but a good, significant portion of that $500 at the end of that road. But nothing too out of the ordinary here. 2 attackers heading up to those ban slots. And, you know, in my opinion, I don't know if Armor Rouge is worthy of a ban. I guess teams just don't want to deal with that, but it has a somewhat mediocre Unite move. I would say its general kit is better than its Unite move, as some would say. But we'll see. I mean, it's gotten some changes, some reworks to some abilities, less damaging ability on Armor Cannon, but don't know if it's super worthy of it just yet. I guess metagame still needs to develop a little bit more.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun with Armor Rouge. I use it to Unite. I was like, oh, they say you can move it. And then I tried moving it, and I was like, you can't really move it. I don't know why they said that. It moves like an inch. But first pick is going to be Ho-Oh. And on the other side, a first pick Blissey. That's something we've been seeing a decent amount recently is, or at least by recently, I mean today, is a supporter alongside another top pick to start things off if you are team number 2. The Sarah Ledge being high impact in basically every single game that we've seen it in so far today. Doing a little better than its brethren who's been banned. But honestly, I feel like Sarah Ledge has been kind of scarier in the games that we've seen it.
Yeah, if we think back to our appetizers in today's meal, but War Legion was a team that did really well with that Sarah Ledge. Of course, I wouldn't call it really a counter pick, but we do remember Chunti landing a very impactful Unite move with that Revenant Ren Sarah Ledge Unite move. And so, again, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a taking it away from another player because it's just a strong character nonetheless. But again, that's just an advantage that Ace of Cards is going to have up their sleeve with Chunti not having such an impactful character in their arsenal.
Yeah, it's like a win-win, right? It's like if the soup is the appetizer, but you also think that your main dish is not going to be something you're going to like, the soup could be the main meal, and that's exactly what you're getting right there. It's just a win-win. You might have 2 good things come out of it, but what will Chunti choose is the question. We're looking at some Gen 1 starters here. Is the Charizard's being chosen. Obviously, we saw amazing Charizard play earlier today, with the Blastoise as well. So, despite the fact that Charizard got nerfed, we're seeing it a good amount.
Yeah, I'm despite the Charizard doing well earlier on today with T3, I don't particularly like the Charizard pick here. You have 2 members that have a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? Invincibility frames, the Phantom Force with the Sarah Ledge, the Unite move from the Mew, and even like the Talonflame as well. If they get United, they can just fly up if they have the cooldown available to them. Of course, you don't really want to unite the Blissey and or that Trevenant. So not really a huge fan of Charizard coming out to play here. It did get quite a big nerf, in my opinion, the most recent balance patch. It does less damage to burn targets whenever they do burn them with Fire Punch or Flamethrower. The Unite move charge has been increased, so a lot of different things. But also, I feel like this team composition does really well into a Charizard, whereas Chunti, I don't think they should have put themselves in a position to begin with.
The other thing is that now that we have Charizard and Blastoise together as the final 2 picks, you know this is going to be a much slower game at the start for War Legion, but Ace of Cards, they've got the chance for a pretty quick start, right? Mew, we've not been seeing, I think more so in the fact that we've been seeing a lot more Miraidon, who does, I don't want to say similar things, but can fill a similar role. But Mew is still very, very strong very early on. They've got a few other Pokemon on their side that don't really need all that much leveling. They're not like the fastest in the world, but certainly that's going to be, I think, an advantageous start. So we'll see how long it takes to start catching up. The Talonflame, though, really interesting to me. Usually I feel like we see Talonflames against very specific picks where it can like fly to get away from certain things or deal with certain things, but I'm not sure exactly what it's targeting here as we're getting to the first game of Grand Finals.
Yeah, Talonflame, I do have a soft spot for Talonflame. I think it's a very fast Talonflame, too. You have that Gale Wings and maybe even a Floatstone, too. It's moving through the battlefield fairly quickly. It's going to be heading into the central area of Chunti, and Waddlechew is going to forego that red buff to try to contest both of the buffs here. Of course, Charmander, not the best early game Pokemon. Here comes the Acrobatics, able to take that with an auto attack. No, Chunti able to keep that conserved for them, and now the Fletchinder not in a very good position.
And at the look at that!
Oh
no! The return on the home goal zone at level 1. That's actually kind of unbelievable. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody get away like that, but really good way to make an unsuccessful quote unquote invasion make the best of it, right? And even if you don't manage to steal any XP, you're still slowing down. You're still making the Gossifleur run over and have to deal with you. So it is just a full delay, and I really like that.
Pretty sure Talonflame in the main series game doesn't learn Fly as a Fletchling, so that's a really interesting way to make it back home here. But engagement here in the top path, a lot of evolutions. I believe it was 3 whole evolutions for War Legion Esports as they start to retreat back to their side of the field, so start to insulate some of their members. Really strong early game again for War Legion. Again, we talked about earlier, slower pace, slower tempo to their game, and they're really weathering the storm out of the early game.
Yeah, they've not only survived, but they've thrived, it feels like. They're doing a really good job of just not allowing any sort of like surprise little picks on any of their important Pokemon. A lot of great last hits just like that, continuing to control, keeping that Phantump a Phantump, and that's now maybe going to even turn into a KO as we get the assistance of the Eldegoss, one of the scariest supports as far as just like extra little damage in these early moments. They're doing great, honestly. Only 9 points as well for Ace of Cards.
Yeah, don't know how many Pokemon are actually stacking, but at least the stacking specs and or the attack weight probably not being stacked a whole lot with the minimum amount of points being scored at this moment here. 1v1 between the quote-unquote all-rounder and the actual all-rounder. I think that was the jungle for Ace of Cards heading up to the top path, but still not getting that level 7 evolution for the Talonflame just yet. Still stuck as a Fletchinder at level 6. An engagement going on right here, and I think the Alola Ninetales is going to be going down.
Ooh, wow, that was the longest range enhanced attack from the Mew. It just went like halfway across the entire map. But we do see the Talonflame finally evolve. It will be Fly. We get that confirmation. It's fighting a slightly bigger bird over here. That can be a little bit scarier. Wow, that auto went the wrong way. That's very unfortunate. But finally, we're seeing kind of everybody in this game hit their... Oh no, we still don't see a Blastoise yet. So almost at the power spikes. 100-point lead though now for Ace of Cards.
Definitely have seen this before. Maybe a level 8 Wartortle instead of a level 6 Wartortle struggling to get to that
Yep.
tier 3 evolution. One of the classic examples of a character kind of stuck at their second tier evolution. They just need one more level, maybe even a KO from this Trevenant. Oh, nice Woodhammer, but gets put on ice by the Alola Ninetales and Eldegoss combo there. Waddlechew is hanging out in this tall grass. They do have access to that Unite move. Oh man, unfortunately, yeah, using that Unite move on air is that Sarilege. Nonetheless, getting a KO streak of 2, and Charizard still does not have access to their Unite move just yet. If they get a couple more pieces of farm or even a KO, they can, but they're still quite a ways there.
Oh, trying to escape the Fly. There's a lot of targets for that Fly, though, as we're going to see some assistance from below. This Mew just staying in the backline, doing a chunk of damage, especially to this Charizard, who's having to kind of take the front line for the moment. They get KO'd immediately off the bat. The spin coming out, trying to chase down this Trevenant, but they haven't been able to actually find them, and instead they just turn around and take out the Talonflame very, very quickly, to be honest. This is a scary kind of death ball comp at the moment. You just do not want them all around you, and they're moving up to try and take that Regieleki, as we see some points from Ace of Cards in that bottom goal zone.
Yeah, don't really like the Trevenant going for some back scores here. That's the only form of front line that can stay on the field for a very long period of time on the side of Ace of Cards. Here we go with the Blastoise, able to pull that one away. It is a spin stores, rapid spin, it's likely water spout Blastoise, and here comes War Legion. They have a lot of resources, a lot of members of their team up here in the top path, and able to KO both the Talonflame and Ceruledge and take this goal zone off the field. So I do really hope this Trevenant got that value because they lost a lot by him staying down here.
Yeah, especially at Trevenant. It's just such a team fight monster. They did manage to take down the tier 1 goal zone. Trevenant, I would assume, is stacking if they were really trying to sacrifice that much to be able to get that Pokemon online. But we might see another attempt at a team fight. I like this positioning. The Trevenant kind of sitting in that tall grass, hiding, and they might get a big ambush soon. Yeah, the Blastoise going for the back cap as this fight begins, but the Trevenant not even able to get that great initiation that it wanted to. Already getting melted down to about 10% life. It is getting healed back up, but it's still just taking so much extra damage as this Ho-Oh is frontlining perfectly, taking the brunt of that Ceruledge damage, who's going to unite in, manages to get the KO on the Ho-Oh. They're able to start turning this around. Another KO, as well as Alola Ninetales gets melted. The Blastoise finally coming back into the fight. Oh no, weird movement as far as that fly landing, and everybody starting to get melted. That's going to be the final member here of War Legion. Actually, Ho-Oh starting to run back, but over the original fight, the final member, this Blastoise, possibly going down soon.
Yeah, Blastoise is looking very healthy, though. Don't want to take that fly, as that Talonflame is going to crack the shell of this Blastoise. The fight is going to go into a second phase here. Fly going up into the sky is going to land onto the Regice. Rekindling Flame is going to pick up the Blastoise once again at half HP, and Charizard now going to take up to the sky, Chef.
Yeah, we've got two flying fire types as well, and Regice getting melted. It's going to be the Ho taking it in the end, just some extra burn damage maybe. Who knew who was going to actually be able to get that, but they take that advantage. 3 quick KOs on the side of War Legion Esports to follow up the objective take. Now they want this tier 1 goal zone. They are a little bit low on life, trying to stop the escape. The Ho, even at low life, moving it into the back, but Ceruledge just choosing to dive forward. The only way out is through, and this defense is going to work exceptionally well. Blastoise going down once again. Eldegoss getting finished off by the Talonflame. That fight lasted for so incredibly long that we are now almost at the final stretch.
Yeah, let's take a quick breath here for game number 1. We got 1 minute left before the final stretch begins, and both teams getting a whole lot of value out of that team fight. I think in favor of Ace of Cards. They did lose that Regice in the bottom path, but as you can see here, War Legion has lost a lot of members in that bottom path, trying to push onto that tier 1 goal zone. So even though they had that boost in passive healing, the boost or the healing and shielding that you get from tier 1 goal zone is always going to reign supreme when comparing the two.
Regilecki, only 37 seconds left, and that is when it starts to get scarier and scarier. Both teams with the tier 1 goal zones down up top, I believe, so it's going to be pretty good value for whoever can take it. And honestly, we're in a little awkward moment where the fight here could be the final fight. It depends on how much you want to actually commit. Got to keep your eyes open for any unites that come out. It looks like we may see a big flank from the Talonflame. A huge unite here. It's going to connect on almost the entire team. The Ceruledge following up as well. That's going to be a huge amount of damage, but they managed to somehow come out nearly unscathed. The first KO going down is going to be the little Ninetales, and it's going to be War Legion pushing forward, trying to catch up to Ace of Cards, but they're not able to get the damage that they want. This backline damage is going to do more than enough. That's 3 members down. Only Charizard and Ho are left. Charizard getting jumped on. Everybody's low on the side of Ace of Cards, but Ho does not have that finishing power. It's moving forward. It could try to score some points, but it only has 5 in pocket. Not that much that it can do. It doesn't even have its unite up. It's got to steal away this Rayquaza. Nobody else is going to be back in time if they choose to burn it.
Oh, Battlechu's waiting at 10% HP. Gotta be very careful. Oh no, the Rayquaza gets the KO though. The Mew is gonna pull that one down. And with that, this looks like an easy win for Ace of Cards as they move on forward, but they have to be very careful here. Lots of members of War Legion still alive, and they do have the lead. I think Blissy's gonna peel off to try to score on that tier 2 goal zone. The Blastoise has vision on the Mew. They are gonna close out this goal zone with the score from the Trevenant, I believe. And yeah, with 1 minute left here, they have to put on some pressure going the other way, but with 2 members down on War Legion with a pretty hefty KO timer, that's just going to lead them to throw up that white flag for game number 1 of our grand finals.
Wow, that may have been, and I say this in true honesty, not only in competitive, which this is obviously grand finals of a competitive tournament, but also in any sort of match that I've ever seen or played, casual competitive, that may have been the most impactful Talonflame Unite that I have ever seen. And I do know that 90% of Talonflame Unites end up just a wall before they hit anybody, but that was a beautiful all the way around flank into that Unite, pushing everybody into the wall, and then the Sarah Ledge Unite to follow it up. That was just absolutely devastating. Great stuff. And Ace of Cards realizing that they wanted to take the fight at the 230 mark at that top Regieleki rather than waiting until longer, allowing that to kind of be given up. Oh, look at that. Yeah, the best moment. Hey, you started off this way, and then you end it with a beautiful Unite move. I think this was a pretty victorious game for that Talonflame.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the escape rope is not a hell or a battle item you can use in Pokemon Unite, but I feel like it was definitely that. You use escape rope when getting through a cave that might be just a little too scary, and that cave being a little too scary on the left side of the map here. But yeah, Talonflame Unite move, not typically known to being very impactful. It's one of the only Unite moves in the game that I can consider that's not played by an actual defender, but it has more defender-like qualities because of how it's used to engage, how it's used to push members of the opposing team around. But really strong Talonflame Unite, but also commendations to the Sarah Ledge as well, was able to capitalize off of that, because without that Sarah Ledge, the damage would have not been there.
Yes, it was a perfect combination of two Unites, and that Sarah Ledge Unite, you've been talking about all day how ridiculous it is. It can win a game alone, and certainly we have seen that, but if you have the opportunity to lock an entire team into it, 3 members of a team into it, 4 members of a team into it, it is just game changing. And yeah, we saw it right here. This was right after it, where honestly War Legion did a pretty good job of recovering from being hit by that, but then they kind of got hit into another choke point right here, and the Mew had a beautiful surf to follow things up. And when you start getting hit into these choke points, the team of Ace of Cards is just too strong at doing AoE damage. So really good stuff. Honestly, really cool fight. We've seen a really interesting bottom path 2-minute fight and top path 2-minute fight so far today, and it's just a bunch of different ways you can win this game.
Yeah, we saw that Ho-Oh Unite move come out later towards the end of that team fight there, but I don't know, we've seen Ho-Oh being played all night. It's been getting banned quite a bit. It's been getting first picked a lot, but I don't know, every time I've seen the Ho-Oh come out to play, I feel like it's not really able to get their team back into the game, especially when they get swept so hard like they did in that last game team fight, right? I feel like Ho-Oh's Unite move does really well when your team is at a slight deficit, but bringing them back into a very suboptimal scenario, I feel like it's just giving the other team more experience, just more ways to win.
Yeah, I can't go broadcast without saying something stupid, so I'm going to go and say that I actually am of the opinion that pure defender EXP share Ho-Oh is kind of overrated right now. I think that it's a lot scarier when you play it as a brawler, because then you're not worried about oh, I'm not CCing enough, because you're I'm just doing enough damage, and that's all that matters. But I mean, certainly compared to some of these game-winning defenders, I just haven't seen the effect of it yet. And I could be totally wrong. I just need to be proven, wrong by a significantly better player, which all these players are. But we'll see, or we won't see, I guess, because it's getting banned. Yeah,
Ho-Oh's going to be banned up there. I want to give a shout out to one of the content creators that I watch. He's actually a world champion for VGC. His name is Wolf Glick. He has this phrase called "all my friends are dead" syndrome. It's when you're describing another Pokemon. I feel like Ho-Oh is a very easy option to select as an example for that, because again, Ho-Oh provides value in being able to revive your already KO'd teammates, and I feel like that's the same kind of example here. It doesn't have as much impact when it's on the battlefield, but when you're winning a team fight and you maybe lose 1 or 2 characters, you bringing them back, that's where you get that value. But again, when you're at such a deficit like War Legion was in that last game, I feel like Ho-Oh just doesn't do so well.
Yeah, it can be a little bit more of a win more Pokemon for sure. But as we go into this draft, now we are looking very much at the support and defender line. Oh my goodness, the Machamp! Okay. So Machamp, for anybody who hasn't been following along, just got some pretty significant changes in the last patch, in the Freezing Rush patch. Especially specifically, it's Unite. It activates instantly. Basically, it's a whole different thing. Some people, I saw Spragle saying that he believes believes it's actually a nerf, and I saw some top player agreeing with him, but I can't remember who it was. So I'm really curious how this is going to work out.
Yeah, I think Machizzle broke it down. Well, I think the most well-known Machamp player, at least in North America, might even be the world, was saying that it was so much a good thing and a bad thing. There's not so much time, obviously, to react to it. So if you're doing like something like a submission straight into Unite move, there's not really much the enemy team can do if you're grabbed by a submission Machamp. But in terms of like the repositioning and the time that you get under your Unite move buffs that you get when using your Unite move, I think you get 1 to 2 seconds less. So, I mean, for the more casual players, it's a lot easier to land because it comes out on activation. But for, I think, the players that take advantage of not just the fists that come out, but also the boost that you get, that has been nerfed.
Right, yeah, and then especially now, if you miss that Unite, you are just wasting so much value. But we'll see how that works. On the other side, the Chandelure coming out for the first time today, another great Pokemon, but very glass cannony. The Phalanx coming out once again. It was actually working very well the last time that we saw it. And honestly, both these teams, pretty front to back, pretty, I think, normal comps altogether.
I gotta say, this is a very bold play by Waddle Ace of Cards. Pulling out a Phalanx in front of a Blaziken specifically is kind of stuff of nightmares if you're not super familiar with that relationship. Well, you get that Blaze passive ability from Blaziken. You get a small charge on their both wild Pokemon and enemy Pokemon. And again, those the Troopers and the Brass at the front, it's all considered wild and or enemy Pokemon. If you're able to use your Blaze passive on all those different targets, you can get so much healing just by interacting with Phalanx. So again, Phalanx was picked after the Blaziken, so they definitely did have vision on the Blaziken being on the other team, and we'll see. It's going to be very tough because Blaziken is not going to really need any active healing from its other supporters because they can just heal off of the Phalanx.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how much self-sustain Blaziken can have in the right situations even earlier today, but it becomes excessive when you run into this situation. However, Ace of Cards, you know, they're up a game, they know what they're doing, and I guess they got to feel confident in whatever their picks are, especially, too, again, we got to see how this Machamp works out. It could be a big hit, could be a big miss. Nothing's too unusual happening early on. No invasion so far, just normal stuff.
Yeah, War Legion is going to be sending the Delphox into the central area. Again, it's a character that needs quite a bit of experience to get to level 6, that tier 2 evolution. It doesn't have a very good level 5 gank. Waddleju in an Indian run over to the right side is going to try to make it back home, and they do. Unfortunately, the Torchic just biting too far into the right side of the map gets KO by a level 4 gank from this Leafeon.
Yeah, now a level 5 gank from the Leafeon. It goes up as the gank becomes more and more successful, I would say. And soon, maybe a level 6 gank. No, actually, maybe the one going down soon. It's taking a lot of damage here as the D breaks and runs back in, gets KO'd. Now all that leveling turns back around. And 2 Pokemon here that really need it. We got to see those evolutions, still the base levels over on the top side. But, submission, it looks like, now that we still have 5 on the Machamp.
Yeah, really good high-value KO on that Leafeon once again. I think between the Phalanx, Leafeon, and the Blissey, you should have a pretty easy lane. As soon as I say that, though, this Combuskin gets another KO and is now a Combuskin at level 5. They do have that red buff. They're going to reposition with that Blaze Kick and not able to lock in on the Combuskin, and they do get another KO here. War Legion looking great.
Yeah, they are looking great, but the points are very much in the favor of Ace of Cards right now. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, 35 points don't matter, but this early on to have 41 points, pretty good for Ace of Cards. They got to be pretty happy with that, and I think a lot of it was off the back of that early gank that we saw from that Leafeon, so we'll see if they can continue with that. But it looks like everybody going for that 8-minute spawn in the center, and the majority probably going to Ace of Cards, but the submission on that Leafeon is getting bullied as we already have the Delphox controlling it. One more KO, and we're not even going to see it be a Chandelure yet. Look at this. Submission is just working so well. I'm a big fan of submission. I don't want to say I one-tricked, but I basically took submission Machamp to Masters in Season 1 of the game, so I love seeing it come back.
Yeah, Submission Machamp looks really good into every other player on the team of Ace of Cards, except for the Phalanx. Of course, you don't want to grab any of the troopers behind the brass of the Phalanx, one of those dinks, because, well, you're not going to be doing a whole lot of damage, and you're not going to be getting that value of submissioning the entire character, just grabbing a single one of them. So definitely trying to get any other team members of Ace of Cards. But I mean, if you look at their team, there's not a whole lot of crowd control, and well, that is an unstoppable ability through and through. So that submission should be able to get to that Lampet or that Chandelier pretty easily.
Oh my goodness, that was, I mean, I cannot believe that they're still moving in. They're like really trying to level up. They're really trying to stop this 31-point score, but they're just playing a game of chicken right there, quite literally, I guess, for the Combustion.
Wow.
It is what it is at this point. But okay, here we go. Fight for the basement. Registeel, Machamp going down. I'm saying Machoke going down immediately. Not a Machamp quite yet. And we're going to see a huge initiate kind of going in from this Leafeon, who once again is getting targeted by that Fire Spin. Manages to run away, but having to run back into danger to be able to get that. Another great surf from this Slowbro. It's been doing a lot of work, and that's only, well, the only Slowbro left.
Oh man, the Slowbro was so close to getting that. If that was Skull, I think the quicker animation time would have got that one there. But that Umbreon got like a 2-player KO off of the second part of that ability of foul play. So really good job by, again, that Umbreon player. We've seen a number of Umbreons do so well today, and their ability to engage is just so impactful, Chef.
Yeah. I mean, their ability to do kind of everything is really impactful, no matter how you wish to play it. But considering that we're seeing it kind of be the pushing force right here, it's doing quite well. The close combat is going to do enough to the Chandelure to get that KO, but they're diving really far back, and I'm not sure that they actually have the power to be able to follow this up. It looks like they agree as Umbreon went down, so we're still having this 1v1 up here. This is the longest 1v1 of all time, and oh, the Overheat just barely steps out of it. Look at that. They actually stopped moving an inch away, but they've got to be careful because now we're getting to that situation where they can self-heal relatively infinitely off of the dinks.
Yeah, I think even at a level deficit, this Blaziken versus a Phalanx wins in a 1v1. I think when it gets to like a 3-level deficit, that's when it gets questionable. But again, it's going to be so hard to KO this Blaziken if it's going toe-to-toe with the Phalanx on the other side. Overheat is going to be out securing the Mega Horn in that no-retreat situation here. And right now, Ace of Cards needs to retreat back to their Tier 1 goal zone. Here comes the Phantom of Fireworks, going to try to disperse the team of Ace of Cards back to their Tier 1 goal zone. And Regieleki inches away from going in. Emerald two-step trying to hold on, but they are going to be sent back to the dance class.
And that's going to be a pretty big overdunk as they're actually just going to throw in the 40. They did not take the 2 that they could have gotten extra, but they still managed to get it. They've got a huge lead, 130 points exactly. Now as well, the timing's perfect for War Legion Esports to rotate down to this basement Reggie. And oh, look at this. They're just looking for any sort of pick. They're like, hey, you want to get a little close to the submission with champ? What's the worst that could happen? And look at this. They're holding great positioning for this basement Reggie.
Yeah, War Legion Esports definitely having a different look here in game number 2. I think a character that really hasn't had a shining moment is the Chandelure. I think it was picked in that 10th pick option, or at least really close towards the end of the game, and it's really struggles with Flamethrower when the other team has a lot of high mobility, especially with that Machamp. And here comes the Secure on the Reggie Ice. It goes over to the side of the Phalanx, and even though they did take that Phalanx, or take that objective, they are losing a ton of members here in the bottom path.
Why is the Umbreon still running forward? They were at like 1 HP. They didn't get KO'd for it. Maybe they just want to be a part of that KO, but they managed to somehow stay alive. They actually almost got KO'd by burn damage right there. That's how close they were. They had to get the shield from the Eldegoss when their health was basically invisible, but we're now, we're actually not as close to the final stretch as I thought. We're definitely going to have a huge threat, Regieleki up top. War Legion really wants it to be able to continue to push down up to that tier 2. And Ace of Cards honestly probably wants it just to be able to either kind of tie up the score before the final stretch or just prevent the pressure from continuing.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good win for Ace of Cards, taking that objective, but I feel like they lost more than they gained, losing so many members, retreating back to their Tier 2 goal zone. And Ace of Cards, unfortunately, does not have the luxury of a Tier 1 goal zone, and it looks like it's going to be a very easy Regieleki for War Legion to take off of the field, especially with that overheat from the Blaziken. As we start to head into the end game, it's a couple of characters to watch here. Of course, that Leafeon, always want to watch where they position, but I think big MVP is going to be this Machamp. Where they position themselves for the impactful Unite move.
Oh, and this is a scary spot. We are seeing Phalanx get, I mean, they're getting taken down, but they're actually doing a ton of damage. But the point is, it's getting closer and closer to the 2-minute mark. Any KOs here mean a lot. And Umbreon being KO'd, how did that happen? That was a 1v3. I mean, I guess it's technically a 6v3, but not in the way that normally one would think. And they managed to do a great job, but wait, they're getting kicked back, and that is a 2-minute and 6-second KO on that Blissey. That's huge. The Umbreon is back in the fight. The Blissey's 7 seconds away as Rayquaza spawns.
That must have been a misclick there. Why did they go into that Unite move? The Phalanx, again, it doesn't have the best Unite move, but any Unite move down here is always going to be in favor of the Blaziken that does not have a built-in Unite move a part of their kit. Phalanx right now at 50% HP. They're going to be healed up by the Blissey. Really good poke damage on the side of Ace of Cards, but of course, you got to be very careful of this Fire Spin.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great way to avoid it right there, but it's still a scary situation. And once again, we're seeing the poke back and forth, but here we go. The initiation from the Machamp, going to get the submission on getting slow beamed immediately, but there's not really a follow-up. The Leafeon is trying to go in, but instead they choose to Emerald two-step onto the Delphox. It will find its target, the first KO to go down in this fight. They will continue, though, with a ton of members getting close commented by the Machamp, but we're just going to see, honestly, a little bit of a backup. Leafeon got KO'd in exchange as a 4v4.
Oh, and they're going to start working on the Rayquaza. Very bold play, especially with the Blaziken on there on the other side of the field. Imprison is going to try to stop or at least slow the Blaziken's approach here. Lots of members here for Ace of Cards trying to defend their Chandelure, but the Blaziken right now is going to 1v, I don't know, 9 with all the Phalanx that are there in the top path. They're getting healing themselves off of the Phalanx. This is exactly what I was worried about, Chef.
Yeah, they healed instantly. They went from 30% to 100% in like one move, and now they have the opportunity to burn this down. They've got the advantage as far as trying to be able to get those final hits. The Secure is so strong on the Blaziken in particular, but Rayquaza still at full. War Legion Esports does not actually have to continue. They are up by just above 100 points. They have the opportunity to get some back caps, but right now, it's going to be stopped, and it's going to be hard to not get KO'd here if you are this slow, bro. I mean, the damage is not going to be super significant from the Umbreon, but it's not going to matter. With 6 seconds left, you've got to get some points in, and it's definitely not coming from here.
The time ticks away. Slowbro just not fast enough to get those scores off a pretty full pocket at 40, which means we are going to be going into a Game 3 scenario of our grand finals of the second North American qualifier. And I think we kind of painted the story from draft, right? Phalanx going into a Blaziken, it's not the pick.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do that, you have to 100% make sure that the slow beam is going to be on that Blaziken to completely stop them. But honestly, the initiation was a little bit awkward, I think, in those kind of like initial moments of that final fight. The slow beam was maybe not followed up very much, if even at all. I mean, the slow beam came out, and then we ended up seeing a kind of like switch of targets, as it did work out, but the Leafeon like went all the way around the slow beam to try and Emerald two-step the Delphox, which did get the KO, but then they had to go in so deep that they got KO'd themselves, and it was just like some weird stuff altogether, and it's really just the opposite of every single fight that Ace of Cards wanted to take. They did not want it to come down to a Phalanx versus Blaziken situation. It went down to that. They wanted the better targets with the slow beams. They wanted to be able to dive and get out of there. They wanted to be able to maybe use the blind from the Unite from the Chandelure for something, but it was just burned down so quick as well. So it's unfortunate, but it just did not go their way at all in that final fight. And fortunate for us, because we get to see a game number 3.
Yeah, and a pretty explosive game number 3 it will be, everybody. War Legion Esports, Ace of Cards on the precipice from qualifying for the main event on Sunday, ever closer to that $500 lion's share prize pool. Whoever wins this will be qualifying for that main event. We will be back very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Grand Finals game number 3. Back to you very soon. And welcome back, everybody. Game 3 of our grand finals. Ace of Cards, War Legion Esports trying to find their treat, knocking on the door of the main event for our spooky season elite tour. Drakusan, Wonder Chef here cooking on the mic here, and it's been quite a day, Chef. Lots of upsets, lots of hero plays, lots of MVP moments, and both of these teams looking for their moment now.
Yeah, some interesting picks as well, kind of sprinkled in here or there. But if there's any time to bring in the surprise pick, it's going to be now. I mean, the last game was certainly some, with the Machamp specifically was really, really interesting. The phalanx that maybe kind of backfired, but you've only got one chance here. Single elimination, no advantage for either team. We're in the final game of grand finals. The initial bans that we've been seeing all day. Umbreon, I do like that as a ban because that has been hugely impactful so far, even within the set.
Here comes that Ho-Oh coming out to play once again. I think both you and I are in agreement, different than the Freezing Waves balance patch. It's been kind of lukewarm, in my opinion, in terms of the impact for this character specifically. I mean, it is a Fire-type Pokemon, but it's definitely not been a very hot pick for the teams tonight. Blaziken, once again, coming out to play. Teams have swapped sides? Question mark. If I recall correctly, War Legion is now on our orange side team, once again picking up that Blaziken. So this shell here, like you were talking about before, Chef, Blissey plus a really strong top lane carry has been a flavor of the week.
Yeah, or even any support plus a like high priority topic carry. We saw the Eldegoss in that spot earlier, and it was working. It worked well. It won, I believe. But honestly, just in general, Blaziken is just it's incredible. Like, it's so solid. It has won games by itself multiple times tonight, while sometimes being ignored as far as like even till it's like the 5th or 6th pick. The other side, the Alolan Ninetales after the buffs has been really good. Also, okay, we're just going the entire patch notes. If somebody chooses Blastoise here, we can see the entirety of whatever the title card of the patch was with the I think it was Snorlax, Machamp, A9, and Blastoise. But lots of changes going into this game.
Dragonite potentially coming out to play here. Dragonite got some very minor nerfs, and I was pretty critical at that. I don't think this is going to be an outraged Dragonite by any means, but I think the amount of crowd control you get or applying onto an enemy Pokemon from outrage have been reduced, and also very, very micromanaging on the side of Team Me. I think they've reduced the amount of crowd control you get from the electric auto attack through the 3 auto attacks you get from Dragonite. That has been reduced, so very minor nerfs, but I still think Hyper Beam is such a very strong form of Secure, and Decidueye coming out to play. I love it. Obviously, I love Decidueye. I have something like 13 Rowlets behind me. So I think in this team comp, it looks really strong because, well, you're outranging both the Alolan Ninetales and the Gardevoir. There's not really much that you have to worry about in way to KO you.
Yeah, the Decidueye pick that we do not see currently, and I'm very excited for it. I'm also a huge Decidueye fan. I was the Decidueye main in Pokken. I made top 8 in Evo for Pokken.
Whoa!
With Decidueye. Yeah, big fan of this Pokemon. And
shout out to Pokken.
I played it a lot as well in this game. It just hasn't been all that meta recently, and I'm excited because it's going to have some really good targets. I think this is a great time to bring it out because this is a pretty squishy team as far as things go. Ace of Cards, I mean, even if they only had the Gardevoir, I think that would have been a really good target. You're almost playing it like an assassin, but you're just going to outrange, and you're going to be able to just snipe everybody in that back line. So I think it's a really cool pick, and I hope it works out.
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of characters in Pokemon Unite that thrive in, the later parts of the draft. I think Decidueye is a very perfect example of a character that loves that 10th pick option, doesn't give your opponent at all to make any sort of adjustments because all 10 characters have been selected. Some other characters that thrive in the end of draft, Phalanx, we saw, struggled in that last game because the other team had the option to pick the Blaziken. Other characters like Speedsters love to be at the end of draft, but Decidueye, I think, is, again, that perfect example of a character that does really poorly when the enemy team has lots of time to adapt for it.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, I was talking about how it's got great targets itself, but more importantly, truly, is the fact that it doesn't have anything that's going to be hunting it down. The worst thing that's going to try to dive it is going to be a Ho-Oh in this game, who they've already revealed is going to be a support Ho-Oh, unless there's something absolutely wild going on here. So realistically, it's going to have some really nice free reign from the back. And speaking of, well, free reign, I mean, that is a really powerful set of 2 Pokemon to get that first invasion.
Yeah, I really like the decision here, or the recognition by War Legion to walk into that central area, right? They were either going to contest a Gardevoir or a Ralts at this point, or a Dratini. Either of those 2 Pokemon have really poor early game secures with Confusion and Twister, and Snorlax is going to out-secure them 9 out of 10 times.
Yes, Snorlax early on is one of the best secures that you can possibly get. Just it's big belly bump. It's also like just a satisfying move. You're just like boop, and then also of course you get the enhanced auto afterwards, which you know, even if you want to try to lower it down and get it with surprise, that works as well. But my goodness, this is one of those matches where just like everything that spawns is just going to instantly get melted. And I don't know when we're going to see the first big commitment, but I mean submission certainly could be a big part of that.
A pretty slow game for both teams in the early game. Level 8 evolution for that Gardevoir, level 7 evolution for that Decidueye. Of course, Decidueye, once it gets to level 7, it can start raining down those Spirit Shackles at range. And like I was saying before, this draft for Decidueye looks perfect for it.
We gotta see, but I completely agree with you. Like, we just gotta see if anything stops it from powering up, and honestly, nothing has. So far, it's just completely been on its own, been farming. We haven't seen Ace of Cards being able to be overly aggressive, and that's exactly what you want if you want like a late game scaling Decidueye just like this. And we've already got it to a Decidueye as it's fighting in the center here. Looks like they're gonna be able to get the KO on the Alolan Ninetales. That Snorlax is gonna go down, but not the worst thing in the world to go down. The submission hits, the arrow was not saved, but the second one hits. And like I said, this is going to be the main target to try and dive down this Decidueye, but they're not really doing enough damage. This Ho-Oh is sitting here. The Blissey's just throwing a few heals on it, and look at that, surviving all the way through. And I ate my words. It did go down eventually, but with how long that took, if there is a full team fight, that is not going to be quick enough to really matter against the Decidueye.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on what this Dragonite decides to go and if they can take objectives fast enough. But I mean, Decidueye just walking around is always going to love when something else takes down objectives and for it to steal it with a snipe shot, right? And so for the other attackers on the field, that Alolan Ninetales and Gardevoir, you have to worry about not only the Spirit Shackle, but you also have to worry about the Machamp that's going to be running at you for the next 7 minutes of the game with that submission, right? That's unstoppable ability. I don't think even the Gardevoir Unite move can stop an already running at you submission Machamp, so it's going to be very difficult for them to even contest this Decidueye when there's something else they have to worry about.
Yeah, and look at this. It's getting a really nice sort of free reign top. I know I've said free reign like 6 times in a row so far, but it really is, and it looks like this is Dratini. Nice. Oh, that Dratini actually being saved by evolving, and they had to use the Unite. They are going to trade a 1-for-1 right there, but that actually could have been a situation where we won the 1v2 as the Decidueye if that evolution did not delay that KO for as long as it did. So really good timing for that Dragonite. The evolution invincibility is one of those powerful things in this game.
If I saw that correctly, I mean, we saw the Dragonite be a Dragonite for a very short period of time before it evolved, before it got KO, but I believe it is an outraged Dragonite, so, I mean, that's not the best form of dive, but you have that Unite move that can quite literally fly up and over and transverse to the other side of that Decidueye, but it's not really going to matter if that Dragonite engages on its own like it did right there, even if it did get to the Decidueye, that Blaziken right there for the support.
Yeah, I love the choice to go that and be the answer to that Decidueye. It's the only thing that you're really going to have. But so far, it hasn't worked yet. The Decidueye has KO'd it twice, and it's KO'd the Decidueye 0 times. And look at this. The full team now of War Legion Esports. They're moving forward. The submission's going to hit on the Gardevoir. Big early quick KO. Eldegoss going down as well as they follow it up, bringing them back up with the Ho-Oh Unite. Only able to bring back up the Eldegoss, actually, as they're going to get a return double, triple KO. Only the Machamp and the Decidueye left up. That Machamp easily getting hunted down in that final, or in that tall grass. The final KO, finally, the 1v1 being won by that Dragonite.
Yeah, I think that might be the first Ho-Oh Unite move that I found was really impactful. I think they were losing a lot of members as they were retreating back to their tier 1 goal zone. Ho-Oh brought maybe 2 or 3 of them back, which allowed them to win that, I guess, that second engagement of the team fight. Let's see what they decide to do here. Dragonite still in that bottom path. They do have access to that Unite move. We should expect to see that Sphere of Influence coming down with that Draco impact. Gardevoir is going to get the KO on the Blaziken, but Champ going to respond with the KO on the opposing team's attacker as well. And really good exchange between the two teams. Right now, level 11 on your Alola Ninetales, and a lot of levels going in the way of Ace of Cards. Level 12 on the Dragonite. Can they make it out here? I think they can, Chef.
Oh my goodness, Ace of Cards is still fighting. They're going to push all the way forward. Regieleki going in. This goal zone is going down. They are down to just their home goal zone on that top side. I mean, World Legion's running back, but they're just not able to fight their way back into this. The level lead is starting to go huge for Ace of Cards. There just was not enough defense defending this Decidueye in the back. It's just getting hunted down now by the Dragonite. And in the meantime, I mean, the Blaziken is trying to fight its own fight. The submission could be used to turn that Dragonite around, but we'll see. That doesn't even matter right now, as they're going to continue this team fight that's been going on for like 2 minutes straight. Close combat isn't going to matter as everybody's hunting down that Machamp. There's not really a whole lot of follow-up. This team was a little bit split up. Cygnus on this Snorlax is going to get away, surprisingly, but look at this, the aggression just continuing.
Yeah, I think one thing that we did not comment on was the death ball capability of Ace of Cards, right? They're really moving together as a unit, and you don't really have to worry too much about the Decidueye if you're sticking together as a team. I feel like the Decidueye just can't do enough damage. And the Eldegoss right now, I expect them to have a very high healing amount game, high healing volume game, right? Put that poly buff on yourself, just run into a group of your own team, heal everybody, and on top of the active healing that you get from Dragonite off of those outrage hits on those autos, you can keep this Dragonite on the field for a very long period of time.
Oh no, we're getting caught out just barely up top, and this Blaziken is going to have a tough time. But everybody else coming in actually to try and defend. This Dragonite, though, just melting everybody. Oh my goodness, a full team wipe. KOs on both sides. That Dragonite Waddle just KO'd like 2 or 3 people by themselves. That is looking like an unstoppable Dragonite. Maybe they needed to nerf Outrage Dragonite more, it looks like. But also on top of that, able to get the Regieleki, and now up by 280 points with 20 seconds to go before Rayquaza. Level 14 Outrage Dragonite, level 13 Gardevoir. Everything is looking in the favor of Ace of Cards.
We are 2 minutes away from seeing our next North American qualifier for the main event of the Elite Tour. Ace of Cards well on their way. Look at this positioning here. Finds its way onto 3 members. Outrage Dragonite is going to rip through those HP bars, and 3 members are going to be KO'd here in their own central area, and that is going to leave the room wide open for this Dragon to take this off the field. We've got to be very careful of this overheat from the Blaziken, and of all things, Chef, the Eldegoss is going to pull that one away.
Supports. Who needs any sort of secure in this game? You know, who needs a Spirit Shackle? Who needs a Heavy Slam? Who needs anything from Gardevoir? It's all about just the random autos from the supports. So that lead that was 280 points is going to grow and grow and grow to almost, I mean, okay, I'm not even going to say the number because it's continuing to grow. Currently over 600 points, 1 minute and 15 seconds left. I will say technically it's not over, but now it is. No coming back from that as Ace of Cards with, honestly, I will admit it, I severely underrated that Outrage Dragonite, but it led them to that victory so strongly.
You know, Dragonite is 4 times super effective to Ice-type Pokemon. Of course, this Freezing Waves balance patch, no impact, at least to my vision here, to Dragonite specifically. 100,000 damage for that Outrage Dragonite. We were trying to find an answer for this Decidueye, and they quite literally just bulldozed their way forward with their team comp.
Yeah, honestly, I really thought that was a perfect comp in general from War Legion. I thought that they were ahead by a lot, and I mean, just as far as like the decisions, or yeah, but in the end, it really was that Dragonite that just started to like make things run away, and it got so far ahead that it was just impossible to KO. They just didn't have enough damage. They had to like all turn around, and they all tried to focus on the Dragonite, and the Dragonite was like self-sustaining and doing so much damage. And just getting healed perfectly, and they just did not have a way to deal with that. Basically, I'm telling you, I think it was right before this, it managed to like win a 3v1 or a 1v3, I should say, backwards. It's just gross. Right here, up top, look at that. 1 KO, 2, 3, and it didn't even have help. It didn't need it because it was just melting everything.
Yeah, it can self-sustain by itself, literally turning itself into the raid boss. And we can see here, I mean, take a look at this engage. I don't think they have any idea both this Ho-Oh and this Dragonite are here. They get a stun off of that initial outrage, and it's just cake here, right? The rest of the team comes in to wipe in with that Alola Ninetales, and Decidueye, Snorlax, Blissey had no idea that was there. And so that was the tail of the tape. And Ace of Cards is going to be our second qualifying team to the Elite Tour main event, along with Sanguine from North America. And we're going to be seeing our fourth qualifying team for the European region on Thursday. And this has been a fun day to cast with you, Chef. Glad I had the opportunity with you.
It has lots of cool moments, lots of cool picks. I really haven't, I think, casted since Worlds, and so many things have changed, but it's a really interesting meta right now. Certainly some strong Pokemon, but I love the fact that we got to see a lot of what's in the most recent patch, and it gives me, honestly, so much to think about for the future. I mean, Champ and Alola Ninetales, and even nerfed Outrage Dragonite and nerfed Charizard, and there's just so many things to think about, but yeah. I mean, hey, all these teams that we get to see win here, you know, they've still got the finals on Sunday. That's going to be huge. And then, of course, for anybody who has not qualified, you got the last chance qualifier on Saturday. I believe I'm going to be there for both of those, casting both. So I'm looking forward to some good teams entering. If you can enter, be sure to do it.
Yeah, last chance qualifiers on Saturday, and then our main event on Sunday. I believe I'll be casting on Sunday, so I think you'll be seeing a lot of Chef and I for the next two events. And of course, because there's quite a ton of events going on in Grassroots right now. I think it's a very lively time for Grassroots, so really love to see Battle Hub coming back for this month, and all of Pokemon Unite really thriving during this time of year, Chef, as we get into this next UCS season.
Yep. I mean, we are really getting into the start here, so I'm very excited. But any last things to say before we close out and we move forward with our knowledge of our NA qualifiers?
Yeah, I think that kind of touching what you're talking about a couple of seconds ago, but the metagame right now is in a fairly stable place. There's not really any characters that are really stand out-ish, in my opinion. Of course, we know like a lot of all-rounders are doing really well. Attackers are starting to catch up to where they were maybe a couple of months ago, like Pikachu, Miraidon, Armarouge, really strong attackers in the metagame right now. Alola Ninetales maybe starting to break the threshold of high meta, but I think it's a really stable time for Pokemon Unite, and especially with a lot of these EX Pokemon joining the fray in the last month or two, I really like where the game is developing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's that nothing stands out. More like there's too many Pokemon that stand out right now. So, like, yeah. they've just raised the level. There's a lot of good Pokemon. But I agree. It's an exciting time to be a Pokemon Unite fan. Lots of cool things incoming. But, of course, be sure to tune in, or be sure to tune in for the qualifiers or play in the qualifiers for the finals on Sunday. And then be sure to watch unless you've already qualified. But that's going to be it for us today. Of course, I was Wonder Chef. That was Draku. And like you heard, we'll be seeing you at the minimum on Sunday. So get ready for a great weekend of Pokemon Unite. We'll see you then.